Okay. Good afternoon and welcome to the October 11th Historic District Commission Workshop. My name is Christy Harpst and I'm the Program Manager for the Historic District Commission. And we are going to start the workshop with a couple of staff announcements. And then the only thing on our docket is to talk about the proposed Elizabeth Local Historic District. So before we jump into that, we have a couple of changes and updates to commission members. First, I want to welcome our new commissioner, Shauna Bell. Shauna is joining us as the McCrory Heights representative. So, we're glad to have her. This is her first meeting. And I'm also sad to announce that Commissioner Noel Bell has resigned from Fourth Ward. So put the word out to your networks. We need a new Fourth Ward Commission member. So we're sorry that she's not with us anymore, but I told her if she wants to come back, let me know. And then the next other sad news we have is that we have some staff changes. Jenny Shugart, who's been with us almost about a year, has resigned and will be relocating to Winston-Salem to be closer to family. So we're sad to see her go, but understand the importance of caring for family and, being there at this time. So thank you, Jenny, for everything. And we appreciate all your hard work. And thank you for continuing through this last commission meeting today. And then the only other announcement, and it might embarrass our chair, is that it's our chair's birthday today. So we won't sing to you, but I did want to recognize happy birthday, Nichelle. Chair.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm sure she would. Maybe at a break or at the end. The other announcement I'll make is a change to the agenda today. I will also announce it at the official beginning of the meeting. But if anyone is here for case number 8, Wilmore School, the applicants have deferred. And so that won't be heard today. And I will make that announcement at the beginning of the meeting as well. So with that, Madam Chair, do you have any announcements that you'd like to share?
No announcements, but just thanking Shauna for joining us. And sorry to hear Noel is leaving us. We're trading one Bell commissioner for another. So welcome, Shauna. And thank you all for the birthday wishes. I love this commission so much that I'm spending my birthday here.
Yes. We appreciate your dedication. Okay, so as promised, the only workshop item today is about the proposed Elizabeth Historic District. And I've been asked to share by the Historic Elizabeth Neighborhood Foundation that they would ask the commission to defer any vote about the completeness of the report and sending it to SHPO. They've recognized that there are some inaccuracies in the report that they'd like to fix and resubmit everything. But I will also let them speak for themselves. There is another issue that the commission is, with the assistance of myself and the city attorney's office, is being asked to consider. And that is that the Elizabeth Community Association is present and has submitted some comments about the whether or not the Historic Elizabeth Neighborhood Foundation has the authority to submit a request for a local historic district. So that all of those, let me change over here. All of that information is online. Let me share. Oh. Okay, all of the comments received from the last meeting, as we have been doing, are posted online. Slides 1 through, let's see. Slides 1 through 12 are the new comments received since the September meeting. And many of the comments are from both the Elizabeth Community Association and the Historic Elizabeth Neighborhood Association. I believe everyone has representatives here. I want to open it up to them so they can do justice to sharing their stance on the issue. And what the commission is going to be asked is to evaluate your rules for, using your rules for procedure, if the Historic Elizabeth Foundation does have the standing to submit a request for a local historic district. So with that being said, and Nicole and Jill are up to speed on everything and are here to support any questions you might have and information about statutory language and how all of that is applied. And if I said anything wrong, please jump in, Nicole. Here you go.
No, at this point, we just proceed with the comments from the members who are here to speak. And then afterwards, right before you begin deliberations, we can provide you with some more information so that you can consider that as you look at the wealth of information you've received along with the application.
Great. So we have a list. Wes, would you like to speak? Sure. Why don't you come up and speak in the microphone? Otherwise, we won't be able to hear you.
Clarifying question. Hello, everyone. Nice to see you. My name is Wes Bryant. I'm the ECA president. I live on 2404 Kenmore Avenue in Elizabeth. So the question is, in prior meetings, we have been limited only discussing the designation report. Seems like there's an invitation.
Yes. Oh, turn it back on. Just, you don't have to hold it down.
Oh,
Yeah.
look at
That's
that.
it. Yes.
Chris, you can do
So,
everything. Yeah. Are we limited to designation
No.
report today or no?
As I tried to explain in the opening, that the designation report, I guess, has been tabled at the request of Historic Elizabeth. And because ECA has raised this question and we weren't prepared to talk about it at the last workshop because we didn't get the information until like 8 p.m. before the meeting. And to give the attorneys time to review all the documentation and so that they could assist the commission, that what is being discussed here today is what I explained, that ECA has brought forth a concern that the Historic Elizabeth Neighborhood Foundation does not have standing to bring forth the local district designation report. So the topic of today's conversation is about that standing and whether or not that exists. So we would love to hear from you and your thoughts and share with the commission some of the things that you've shared with me previously.
Okay, I have to admit I'm caught a little flat-footed here. I thought we'd be talking about the designation report per the usual. Could I ask for some time to at least look at my notes on that one?
Absolutely.
Because we have exchanged several emails on it, of course.
We have, yes. And we had a letter from Sarah Crowder,
Mhm.
who wrote in and discussed this issue as well. And it's on slide 1, 2, 3.
Have the commissioners had a moment to review Sarah's email that was in the documents? I think those got posted yesterday, memory serves. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Sure. Yep. And, if you want to speak on the report itself, that's fine too. We are always, taking comments on that until there is a decision made, but at y'all's request, that this brought before the commission in a public setting, that Sarah and you and I spoke about, that I assured you during our meeting that this would be talked about at the October meeting. So that's what we are talking about today. So any other comments you'd like to add, please feel free. If not, we can certainly circle back to you.
That'd be great. Thank you, Kristen.
Mark Teagle, are you with us, Mark?
Good afternoon.
Mark?
Point of order, so you have something on the table where they have withdrawn their request.
They've asked for a deferral, so that they can, my understanding,
Right.
based on email, is they're asking for a deferral, to make some amendments to the report.
How long is that deferral?
They will resubmit.
Okay, so we would
So
have,
we can ask them, they are here.
but we can have another chance to make public comments after that's been submitted, correct?
Always.
Okay, I'll defer my public comments then.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yep.
Appreciate it.
Uh-huh. Okay, Melanie Sizemore? Melanie, are you speaking about the question of standing? Or are you speaking about the content of the report? Have a seat.
Thank you, Christy.
Yep.
I also was going to speak about the content of the report, but also I wanted to speak about standing.
Okay,
Um,
let's start with the content, and we have a 2-minute content
okay,
timer that will start you there, and then we'll switch to the standing.
okay. Commissioners, thank you for your time today. You may have read a lengthy report that I submitted to you before the last meeting with a number of errors in the report. I also have started to comb through the other 150 pages. There are extensive errors in that report. I've also heard from other neighbors. When this was originally brought up, I was on the fence, historic district or not. The more I got into research, the more I reached out to my neighbors. They also were against it, and they started pointing out the errors to me. That's why I originally started combing through the report to look at it. By no means was that a comprehensive review. I think that it's going to take many, many weeks and people to actually get an accurate report. People who have, who own houses need to be asked to look at each one of those for theirs. I looked at mine, it's incorrect. Okay, I didn't point that out to you because it was, page 232 or whatever. But that is an incorrect assessment of the neighborhood. And once I said publicly to the neighborhood that I was against it, the number of people who wrote into me saying they too were against the historic district was overwhelming. It took me 3 days to respond to them. So when we look at what is accurate, what does the neighborhood want, this is not it. And the report, if it's going to be what SHPO receives, it's going to get a lot more comments, even to SHPO at the end, because it's really inaccurate. Can we go to the next topic?
Okay. Yep,
Okay,
this is a little more open-ended. So,
Okay.
Yep.
yeah, so I was trying to be.
Yep.
Back when this first was being proposed by the members of HENF, I was on the HENF board. I had been on it when I sued the city and the county and CPCC for taking away parkland. HENF was inactive for a number of years. It was inactive when this came up. So
That is time.
No, she's allowed.
Oh, okay.
She-
I didn't realize she had
she-
finished her
she-
comments.
this is on the HENF.
Finished her comments
Okay.
on the content. This is about the standing issue,
Okay.
and we're not
Okay.
issuing any sort of time there.
So anyway, Cliff called me up and he said, let's get HENF together. And, so a couple of people are on his front porch. And it was, hey, we need to go after historic designation. I said, I don't know, Cliff. I don't think that the neighborhood is behind that. And he said, well, we're going to go after it. We need to expand the number of members on HENF. So it was a decision by a couple of people on the front porch of Cliff as to who would be the members of HENF. It's not a, neighborhood-wide election or anything else. They appointed new members. At that time, HENF also was not, they were out of compliance with the Secretary of State and submitted to the IRS to maintain their tax status. I know they've corrected it since then. But when you look at who represents Elizabeth, I can't really say HENF represents Elizabeth. I also know that when the claimed survey they did and over 75% of the people were for it, I heard directly from many of the people who said that they were interested in looking into historic designation, not that they were interested in having historic designation, because that was the question on the survey. Should we look into historic designation for Elizabeth? Look into it, yeah. Should we do it? No, because now that we know about it, we don't want it. So when they talk about this high rate of support in the neighborhood, it's not there. And I had many of those people respond directly to me when I publicly went forward in an email to the neighborhood that I was against historic designation. They said, that's not what I said. That wasn't the question they asked me. The question is, should we look into it? Yes, now that we've looked into it, we're against it. So I would just sit here and say that HNF has said they're going after all of Elizabeth. They're going after a wide swath of it. Many of the parts that are out of it are because of changes that have occurred even before 1988. And certainly after 1988, where Martha Washington was torn down, a number of townhomes have been built. Hawthorne Lane, which also saw some demolition there of all sorts of products and products meaning buildings and houses, and some apartment buildings built there. But this is not supported by the Elizabeth neighborhood, people I've talked to. And so I think it needs to be given another look as to, does HNF represent Elizabeth, or does HNF represent the feelings of 7 or 11 people on it? Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. I don't know who wants to speak in what order, but I have Monty Ritchie, Jared Rohr, and Clifton Saddlemeyer. Would anyone like to speak? Monty? Okay. No,
We'll start it after you introduce yourself.
we'll let you make your way. So as we did with Melanie Sizemore, let's start with any comments you'd like to make about the content of the report, and those will be limited to 2 minutes. And then we can switch to more of an open-ended conversation about standing and what you'd like to share there. So,
Okay, sounds good.
and if you would just start by, just stating your name for everyone.
Sure. My name is Monty Ritchie. I live at 525 Clement Avenue in Elizabeth.
Okay, then you may begin.
All right. So I won't burn a bunch of time on the content of the report. You have received letters for and against. Melanie compiled a ton of information around problems that she finds with the submission. And we're anxious to address those. I'm going to take some liberties here that I hope you'll forgive me for, but I hope your council will take the time to dig in on some of these things and give it some consideration. I couldn't agree more that the completeness of the report, its accuracy in terms of how we go about filing and submitting and so on, is something that needs to be watched closely here. And we'll appreciate having the time to get that done by way of a deferral or an approval subject to corrections to the report also would be welcome. But that's really all I have to say about that. I mean, there's an awful lot of homes in Elizabeth, and I'm not going to argue away the notion that there's some errors. We've reengaged with Susan Mayer, who's our advisor on this, our consultant. It's her very first National Register nomination. I'm an old guy. Many of the people that I used to work with, I have more tax credit certified work under my belt than any developer in the city. A lot of those people are retired. Susan's a new introduction. She's made mistakes. We'll get it cleaned up. That's the end of that. As it relates to standing, if I can move on to that. I've done a good bit of work on this, and I would suggest to the board that neither HNF nor ECA are gating mechanisms as to whether or not this board is empowered to decide whether or not they have a complete application before them. We're going to make corrections, and you will have a complete application before you. The state statutes do not anticipate neighborhoods having this authority. Governmental entities may not place their authority on citizens. This remains your authority and your authority alone. It makes sense that you would want to hear from a neighborhood association about submissions like this one, because you want to make sure you're not wasting your time and government resources, I imagine. but it's your procedural rules that bring this to the fore, not the statutes. I think you have plenty of evidence that there's a lot of energy around the notion of a historic district in Elizabeth, for and against. It's all energy, like people are engaged. There are humans, there's money, there's time. Everybody's pursuing it. And many of the items that we're discussing here as being somehow inflection points that affect whether or not this board has before them an application are political matters that we will have, and hurdles that we will have to jump through when we're before city council as part of rezoning overlay. So I'd ask you to think about that. I don't think the ECA or HENF has standing in so much as that standing is interpreted as a gating mechanism that determines whether or not this board reviews an application. I simply think that's technically incorrect. I hope you'll find that to be the case. I was hoping we would hear today what the interpretation of your council was. I hope to be responding to that. So you'll forgive me for being so forward, I hope, but in the absence of that information, I got to get this out there. So we're going to continue to work on making sure that you have a clean application in front of you that has as few technical errors as possible. I wish I could tell you after we did that work with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of homes and businesses that there won't be an error or two in there. And we'll, of course, understand that you'll require us to continue working to clean that up always. But the idea that we're somehow at a crossroads as to whether or not there's an application before this commission, I just think that's beyond reproach. There is an application before the commission, and no one has the authority to veto your powers by way of becoming a hinge upon which this board makes its decision. No group has that standing. That's all I have, unless there are questions for me. Thanks.
Thanks, Monty. Jared, Cliff? Similar to Monty, will you be speaking about content or standing, or both?
I think the content's been covered by
Okay,
Monty. I'm comfortable.
okay. If you would just state your name and your address, and then feel free to proceed.
Sure. My name is Jared Roy. I live at 1800 East 8th Street. It's a 100-year-old home, 110-year-old home. Like many of you, I appreciate the value that a historic district provides. We live in a neighborhood that once was, and unfortunately tactics such as the ones you're seeing today were pushed into litigation when Elizabeth was first put into a historic district. I found the arguments from the ECA, from Mr. Tigler in particular, when he raised race in May. These are sad, disappointing, somewhat offensive to me, right? What we're trying to do is simply get to where there is a vote, a parcel level petition, if you will, where those signatures that are required, just as they were in Wilmore, in Dilworth, in all the neighborhoods that you live in. We're simply asking for that same request to be done, and we're simply asking for this to happen. Mr. Tigler came to a meeting in May. Sorry, Mr. Teagle, did I get it right? Came to a meeting in May where 100 people, I think, were there, more than we saw at the ECA neighborhood meeting. So there is enthusiasm. At that point, he took the mic at the end of the meeting and told everybody this was the wrong tool for the wrong job. Not once did he mention race, but when he came here, that's all he spoke of, right? That's a disappointing thing in my mind. The ECA, we simply have asked for a community discussion around this commentary for the better part of 3 years. Mr. Bryant, Mr. Kettler, Ms. Crowder have gone out of their way to not allow for the community to have a conversation around this, right? They had a closed door vote in the middle of the pandemic, 7-5, that said they're going to do nothing about this. A closed door vote without opinion on both sides would lead to a 7-5 vote, maybe the other direction if it was an open vote. I found these things just be baffling because at the end of the day, right, if there is a petition and those signatures are not there, this is when this should stop. Not because a handful of people who did not even have bylaws for their own organization until this summer who essentially appoint their own board, if they're going to say that we do certainly the same. These things are disappointing because all we're trying to do is move forward with a vote, with an opinion of people, not to stand here and say, I think everybody in Elizabeth supports, or like Mel did, that everybody's against. That's not what we're trying to do. We simply, just like you, want to have the petition move forward. This is an administrative step, right? We will complete the accuracy of the report, but at the end of the day, we simply want to have neighbors have the voice. I urge you to drive down Clement Avenue, drive down Lamar Avenue, drive through Sunnyside, anywhere in Elizabeth. You will see these giant green and white signs in people's yards, not in 3 yards, in many, many yards. There's probably 100 signs in the neighborhood. If there is not support, then we must just put them up in the middle of the night, right? So I get it. People are strongly against, strongly for. Elizabeth is a fun neighborhood to live in. We're opinionated people. We're a boisterous bunch. We don't always agree. We respect one another. But at the end of the day, we simply need to move forward with a vote, right? And that vote means signature on a page. If that doesn't get us somewhere, it doesn't. But we, just like every one of you commissioners, deserve the right to have that happen and not allow these people to come in with technicality after technicality after technicality and try and stop the will of people. We are in a democracy. We just want to speak. And these people are trying to not allow that to happen. I guess they're afraid of it, right? They're afraid we might be successful. And they've been trying for 3 years to not let us be successful. They thought we'd go away. We haven't. Here we are. I certainly appreciate all that you do to make this city better, make your neighborhoods better. And I hope you can understand with the sensitivities in Elizabeth, how critical a historic district can be there as well. Without it, we're seeing it get torn down, right? You look at the block on Clement, between Clement and Lamar on 7th Street, all gone, going to be a big apartment building, right? We can't afford that kind of pressure in a narrow neighborhood less than a mile from downtown. But here we are. We're here to try and get your help to allow the neighbors to vote on something that is unbelievably important, right? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jared. Clifton, would you like to speak? You're the last on the list, and then we can circle back to West.
I have a question before I start, Christie.
Are you going to speak on content or standing?
I'm speaking on the issue of jurisdiction.
Okay.
Uh,
If you would state your name and your address, please.
Yes, I have a question, if I may.
Sure.
I have an email from Mayor Dan Claudefelder.
Yes, we received that after the cutoff.
Yes,
Um,
exactly.
So we'll include that in this comments for next month.
Yes.
Since you asked for deferral.
With your leave, I would like to read a couple of paragraphs from that letter.
I think
Melanie,
maybe
when
just-
she spoke, she referred to all her friends that she spoke to.
Maybe just if you could synthesize or summarize some of the points and not, just don't read the whole letter because.
No, I'm not going to read the
it'll
whole
be-
letter, but I am going to read a couple complete paragraphs, if that's okay.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm Clifton Settlemeyer, 604 Clement Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28204.
Go ahead.
We're set. Okay. I feel like I'm among friends by now. I've come to so many of these meetings and I have yet to achieve my main goal, which is to get a sandwich. But I tell you, for 5 months now, they have looked great. I'm glad you're well fed. I just want to repeat some things that have been said. I and the HANF have never said that there was a majority of Elizabethans who wanted local historic district. Our goal from the very beginning and continues now is to have a neighborhood vote on the matter and find out what the neighborhood wants and go with what the neighborhood wants. I've lived in Elizabeth for 28 years now. And I'm proud to say that the debate over this issue has been the most civil debate that I've heard in the neighborhood. People have their opinions, but there has not been ugliness. There have not than people calling people names. I call Wes Bryant my friend. I call Melanie my friend. I even call Mark Teagle my friend. And they may not think that I'm their friend, but I feel that way about them. This has been a labor of people who respect each other, understand that because you have a different opinion on one matter doesn't mean it's cause for a big fight or anything like that. Things have gone very well. And at this point, I've spent 3 years of my life on this, and I just want to have my goal achieved, that the neighborhood gets a vote on local historic designation. And no doubt the Hennepin Board's opinion is that it's a good thing and we'd like to see it pass. But that doesn't change our overall goal, the first goal that we have. I'm not going to read this from Dan. As Christy said, it'll be at the next meeting. And Mayor Claude Felder, I don't know if you know him, but he was mayor for a few months, a couple years ago, and he's been a long-time state senator, and he's what I'm not. He is a lawyer. And he has written a very good brief on why the Hennepin should have jurisdiction in this matter. So that's all I have to say. But I do want to emphasize that we're trying to get a vote. We want to hear from the neighborhood, and we're right on the edge of achieving that goal. And what the vote is will determine what happens next. If people are really opposed to local historic designation, this is not their last chance by any means to stop this. Thank you very much. And I'll take a pastrami on ride.
Thanks, Cliff.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Wes? And just confirming, you're not talking about content. You're talking about
Second.
jurisdiction. Well, it would be preferable to do it first because we're timing that portion. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's just
Okay.
fine.
Let's do content then, and name and address, please.
Hello, I'm Wes Bryant. My name, I live 2404 Kenmore Avenue. I wanted to address with regard to content regarding in response to the race piece. I actually would like to request that this report be updated specifically to include a narrative around the segregated nature of Elizabeth at its founding and how that's changed over time. As it stands, the report effectively ignores that subject altogether. This stands in contrast to the designation report submitted for both McCrory Heights and Oak Lawn Park, which Christy shared with me. These reports contain detailed narratives regarding the impacts of Jim Crow and segregation and its relevance to these communities. I think that's important for Elizabeth too. Several original Elizabeth homeowners were noted segregationists, yet their narratives include no mention of their unsavory contributions to injustice that still impacts Charlotte today. As a lifelong resident of North Carolina, I know firsthand about the erasure history in the South. We've been doing a better job of it recently, remembering what actually happened in Charlotte. We just renamed Stonewall Street to Brooklyn Village Avenue. I ask that you use your authority to make sure that we don't ignore this history again. I'll just say in closing, I'll remind the commissioners, the ECA does not support this proposal. It carries heavy opposition among neighbors, as you've seen. That said, I'm going to continue this process and would ask, or if we're going to continue the process, I'd ask that the report be done in an accurate manner. And I'm glad to hear that Hennepin is going to update it. That's the end of that bit.
Thank you.
So the other piece is around standing, which is a very legal term. So the rule that we're talking about is regarding is 18.1.1. I just have a few questions just for clarification. Who is the commission responsible for the rules of procedure?
Yes,
Because this,
they're adopted by the commission.
gotcha. So that my original purpose in asking about this was really to understand the rules better. So as a quasi judicial entity, your job is to enforce rules, and you do a really, really good job at that. And you know, this is a society of laws. That's what keeps us out of chaos. And so that was really that was the intent. And the intent was on behalf of the 5,500 plus residents in Elizabeth. So a question for the commission, if you're able to answer, is in 18.1.1, and if I'm happy to read through it here real quick, I would be curious as to what the intent of that rule is. The rule reads, if the area proposed for a historic district is located within the jurisdiction of an active neighborhood organization, then a letter of support from the neighborhood organization must be submitted with the application unless the proposed local historic district is a subset of the larger neighborhood. So ignoring the last bit for a moment, what is the purpose of that rule? May I ask?
I am pulling them up so we can all look at them together. Okay, they start on page 13, and you were looking at 18.1.1, and then there's 18.1.2, I believe, were the main topics of conversation, correct?
Correct. So in our particular case, the ECA is an active community organization. We've been around since 1979. NF was a legal entity that was created for some very specific purposes. And then, as I think we heard, it was sort of legally resurrected as sort of a special interest group to pursue historic designation, which of course is just fine. So yeah, again, going back to 18.1.1, that first sentence, what is the goal of that rule?
Would the attorneys like to, yeah.
I would just say this question has been presented to the commission. Just as a reminder, this is the open forum, public comment portion of the meeting. As such, it's an area where you guys receive commentary, is not a question and answer forum. So you don't have any obligation to respond to any questions. You may engage if you so desire, but if there are any questions of interpretation, that would be something that the commission would have to consider reading the language that's been highlighted and make a determination as a commission. Again, this is an open forum, public comment, so it's intended for you to receive comment from members of the public.
Thank you, Nicole.
Wes,
Yes.
I would pose the question to you. Why do you think it's there?
Is there no one on the commission that wishes to answer this time? So I read that as if there's a community association, especially one like the ECA, that is elected every year and has existed for a long time, that represents the entire community, and that works on a lot of different things. And especially as in this case where we've considered for years, it was the topic of conversation for at least 2 years. And we really wrung our hands about it. We did a ton of research. We talked to a lot of people, including the supporters that sit here today. It seems important that if there's an association like that exists in a neighborhood, that this rule is really meant to honor the kind of that neighborhood's association. They've put together an elected board to represent them. And I think it's important to listen to that board. Because we do think about the entire community. And the word vote that's been used here today, there's a couple of clarifying bits I'd like to say about that. I think we're aware zoning is not a vote. You have to own property. The only way you can call it a vote is if you have a very antiquated view of voting in the United States. That voting authority was passed to the individual and eventually to all individuals of voting age. So I think calling it a vote is a misrepresentation. What it is a petition. And we do not stand at the ECA in the way of any petition. Neither does the district commission. They can take a petition at any time, with or without my permission, the ECA's permission, or your permission. Or we do not stand in the way of that. And it was really, in 2021, the main purpose of us releasing a statement, taking a position, was we thought that was our duty in order to give this group of individuals, the applicants, clarity on where we stood as a board so that they could continue the political process if they saw fit, to change the board if they thought. Since then, we have had 0 nominations, and we made sure this year to update our bylaws to make it really clear how you nominate people, that process. And we, to my great surprise, received none. We did receive a suggestion from one member of the community who also happens to be on the HENF board. And we took that suggestion, interviewed that individual, and included them in the board nominated or the board recommended slate. So we really, really try to be representative of our community. And I'm very proud to be part of the ECA. And hopefully that answers your question. You know, I think it's important to listen to a board that's been put together by a neighborhood. And I hope that's the reason for this rule. As far as the map that you saw earlier, I appreciate whoever put that together. There's some interesting questions around that, which are very technical. I raised those as well. At what point does a neighborhood become not all of a neighborhood? If there's 1,000 parcels in a neighborhood and an ad hoc group submits an application for 999 of them, is that the whole neighborhood? When does it cross that threshold? That was my question, my clarifying question. So.
As a subset, basically.
A subset,
Yeah,
correctly,
okay.
yes.
All right. Thanks, Wes.
Thanks, y'all.
I just, very quickly.
Just a couple of quick, and I'm Jared Rohr for the record. A couple of quick clarifications, what I understand about what Wes said about the way the ECA creates their board. Number one, I've asked to be on the board every year for 4 years and have not been included on that slate. The way the board is elected is either you vote for or against a single vote of nominees. That's it. You don't really have a vote. We call it a vote, to your point, but everybody knows a vote that says you can either support all of the people that were self-appointed essentially, or at least organized around, or against is not really true. So I think it's important to recognize that. The other thing I'd say, the process that the board went through that ended up in a mixed vote of 7-5, again, was done by Sarah Crowder as the president at the time. Clearly opposed. You can read these letters that she's opposed. She was opposed throughout the entire process. Essentially would not meet with this group of individuals and the entire ECA board without city council in the room, right? That is not a fair process, right? So if we think that this is the will of the people, again, it's not, right? We request simply that we move forward with this. I apologize for airing dirty laundry, but it's important that you recognize the facts around these points. Thank you. Hope that was brief enough, Christy.
We are running out of time. You have 2 minutes. And then commissioners, we are running into the meeting time, so it is up to you how you wish to proceed. If you wish to continue to this discussion or consider all this commentary and bring it up at the next month's meeting or at a future workshop. It's up to you. Okay, 2 minutes on the clock. Mark?
Thanks. This is terrible. I hate that. This is not fun. I'm sorry that it has turned into this kinds of thing. The way he just described the ECA is not how the community views it at all. We as community members, and there's so many of us, support the ECA. We were all in the room, last weekend and weekend before. There were 100 people in there where they gave us, a good, solid understanding of what they did, how they did it. You could vote for whoever you wanted. All the names were there. So these guys aren't victims. They've had the same opportunity that I have to stand up here and talk. And I'm not going to apologize for calling out the racism or historical racism. And I appreciate you getting my name right at the end there. It's no fun putting yourself out in public like this. It is, yeah, I won't be intimidated. I'm still going to raise my voice. Nobody supports this except for these 9 dudes. There aren't hundreds of signs. You can drive around, and we'll address the other issues with them later on. But this has just gotten dirty. I just ask you to reject it. Just stop this. We have a good, wonderful neighborhood, and these small group of individuals just tearing it apart. So, yeah, it's too bad. But appreciate your time.
I think we are wrapping up comments today. I think the commission has heard a lot, not all of it relevant to the commission's decision, but we appreciate everyone's time and sharing their thoughts. At this point, Chair Hawkins, I will turn it over to you for how you'd like to proceed. You have, many options. The requests, there are 2 requests. One, to determine the standing of the HENF to submit the report based on the rules for procedure. You're welcome to discuss that and determine that today, or are you welcome to defer to a specific future meeting? And then the second is they have also requested that you defer your vote about the content of the report and sending the report to SHPA. So I would ask that you do an official vote to solidify that you are deferring this to a future meeting contingent on receiving a revised report.
Okay.
And it's like,
If I may, members of the commission, it appears that you have a request before you to defer making a decision on whether or not this application meets the standards. And it appears that the applicants intend to submit either a new report or a revised report. As such, at this moment, we would reserve our legal guidance up until a moment where you make a decision on the report in and of itself. It might, as a suggestion, it might be useful for the board to consider whether or not you would like to defer your consideration of this application to a later time. And if that decision is to do so, that we can address other potential issues at that time.
All right. So I heard 2 things. One of which is that we need to determine whether or not and I think this map helps with that, whether or not the application, the boundaries are with or subset of the neighborhood. Am I correct, Attorney Hewitt?
I would say again that it appears that before you make such a determination, you probably would be best served determining whether or not you're going to defer your final vote on the application, especially considering that you might, and again, I am just using the information that was provided by the applicant, that you might receive either a new or a revised application, and such application might have information that might change the consideration of the board. So it would be best for you to have any new information submitted to you before you make any final decisions on any other matters, if that is the case.
Okay, so if taking that advice, then would we be then deferring everything until November or until the new application, is submitted?
It would seem appropriate
Okay,
especially because at this point, the applicants have not provided a summary or an expectation of what, if anything, in the application or the application format or submittal might change. And so if there is any change whatsoever that is different from what's been presented to you today, it could potentially merit a different decision based on different facts.
okay.
And so such that you can make the best possible decision with the most current and updated information, it would be our suggestion for you to consider whether or not you would like to defer the consideration of the application and any additional issues to a later time if you do indeed receive any new information.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Hewitt. Commissioners, any comments about deferring to until we receive a new application? Commissioner Parati?
Yeah, it seems like the family is at odds. And having said that, and leaning on standards that we have, 18.1.1, if the area proposed for a historic district is located within the jurisdiction of an active neighborhood organization, which this one is, then a letter of support from the neighborhood organization must be submitted with the application unless the proposed local district is a subset of the larger neighborhood. So I'm going to lean on that one. There are, the thing that everyone can agree on is that there are inaccuracies included in the report. So it doesn't hurt to shore up the report a little more. And if in fact there is a huge amount of support for moving this forward, then it seems like that needs to be worked out too, so that we then do get this letter of support that will be submitted with the application, which we currently do not have, correct?
I think you should, I don't think we have the time to discuss all of this.
So it sounds like we should defer.
Okay. All right, well, I think we probably should entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we defer this vote until, oh gosh. How do we come up with a time period, Christy?
I would lean on what Attorney Hewitt suggested when the revised designation report is received.
Is completed. Okay, so I make a motion that we defer our vote on this application until we have a complete and accurate application from the neighborhood.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to defer. Oh, Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Vote to defer passes 10-0.
All right. You ready to read your script? Start the meeting officially?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. The Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the October 11th meeting. I'm Nichelle Hawkins, HDC Chair, and I call the meeting to order at 1:28 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Chris Barth, Shauna Bell, Krista Lineberger, Kim Parati, Brett Taylor, Jill Walker, Sarah Wheat, Scott Whitlock, Heather Wojcik, who are present in the meeting room. Also present are HDC staff, Christy Harps, Candace Leidy, Jenny Shugart, Marilyn Draft, Nicole Hewitt, Assistant City Attorney, Jill Sanchez Meyer, Senior Assistant City Attorney, Candy Thomas, Court Reporter. I would like to start by acknowledging that the commission has resumed in-person meetings. However, as a continuing health and safety precaution, the commission is permitting applicants and members of the public to participate using a remote online platform if they choose. Due to the hybrid format, I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There may be a slight delay as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. For everyone participating remotely in today's meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. Please make sure your camera is on using a video source during any testimony. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you're in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking or you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. The commission will first determine if there is sufficient information to proceed with the hearing. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC design standards. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing to be open for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question.
Anyone in the audience, please raise your right hand. Anyone in the audience, please raise your right hand. Thank you.
Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names and addresses before they speak. Speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having a difficult time hearing or understanding them. Are there any questions?
We ready? Did you
Yes.
want to adopt any minutes?
Oh, yes, we do have.
We're going to
minutes,
change our
Commissioner.
order up a little bit. We have July, August, and September. And I know Heather looked at September. Would you like to start there and make a motion? Okay.
I would like to approve the meeting minutes for the September meeting. And I don't know what else to say.
All right, that's good.
Okay.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, the September meeting minutes have been approved, or a motion to approve the September meeting minutes has been given and second. Any question on the motion? Discussion? Okay, hearing none, let's vote. Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Motion to approve September's meeting passes 10-0.
Okay.
Do we have a motion for the July meeting minutes? How about August? Oh, that's me, sorry. How about August?
I will do that.
Okay,
Okay. I approve the meeting minutes for the August meeting.
all right. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right. Motion to approve August meetings has been made and second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, let's vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Motion to approve the August meeting minutes passes 10-0.
Do we need to ask Heather to review the July minutes before our November meeting? Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Heather.
Thank you. And before I start with application number 1, I did want to make the official announcement that agenda item number 8, 424 to 428 West Boulevard, the Wilmore School project, that project, the applicant has deferred to a future meeting, so it will not be heard today. I will also announce it a little later in the meeting as well. So the first application on our agenda is 1818 Lenox Avenue. Oopsies, I just, hold on. Technical difficulties. Okay, there we go. And this is for fenestration changes on a previously approved project. So the applicant is asking to relocate an existing window from the right elevation to kind of an inset on the front elevation. The original plans approved this window to be changed to new entry door, and instead of being discarded, they want to repurpose it in a new location. And then they're also asking to reorient the steps so they don't encroach into the setback in the neighbor's yard. And all of this is outlined on slide 8. So here was the original approved plan where the door is, and they are taking the window that used to be in this location and putting it back here in this inset. And I should note, I looked up the previous plans that were approved, and a long time ago, this used to all be an open porch right here. So this porch was a big wraparound porch, and part of the original plans, opened up this section, but kept this section closed in, which the commission approved. So again, all they're asking is to put a window kind of right here on the corner. You can see it in this kind of 3D model here and here on the front, kind of hidden behind the front porch posts. Here's the window in question. And then the step relocation, originally the steps, encroached into the setback, and now they're asking just to realign them so their steps going up the front and back. There's no additional information in the supplement, and there are two unknown callers. So I will see if they are calling about this project. Hi, if you've called in to the Historic District Commission meeting, can you please let us know what project number or address you are calling in about? Anybody? Going once? Twice? Okay.
And while we wait for them, just let the record show that Commissioner Taylor has recused.
Thank you. Sorry, Commissioner Taylor. Okay, well, not hearing from any of the callers, I think you can proceed.
All right. Commissioners, any concern with this staying on the consent agenda? Okay. Do we have a motion? Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to approve this application as it is not incongruous with the district and meets the standards for new construction, Chapter 6, and that permit-ready construction drawings will be submitted to staff for final review.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
All right. It's been moved and seconded. Do we have any question or discussion on the motion? All right, hearing none, let's vote. Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve passes 9-0.
I did. Parati.
Parati. Sorry about that.
Our next application is 705 East Tremont Avenue. And this is for an addition off of an formerly enclosed side porch to the rear. Staff can't approve it because the addition is going slightly wider than the house and slightly taller. There is there's a jog here. You can see it steps in from the corner of the existing sunroom and then steps out again. And that is slide 9. The elevations are shown on existing elevations are shown on slide 12. Proposed elevations are shown on slide 13. We have the same one unknown caller. Hello, if you've called in to the Historic District Commission meeting, will you let us know if you're calling in about 705 East Tremont? Okay, hearing none.
All right, and let the record show that Commissioner Brett Taylor has returned. All right, commissioners, any concern with this remaining on the consent agenda? All right, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve that this remains on the consent agenda because the project is not incongruous with our guidelines pending permit-ready plans are submitted and reviewed by staff.
And just a clarification, are we approving the application itself?
Yes.
Okay. All
Are
right,
there any conditions you'd like to add?
Friendly amendment?
Sure.
Yeah, that the applicants provide window and door specifications that meet our standards to staff for review. And I'd also like to say that not only is it not incongruous with the district, but that it meets the standards for new construction for residential buildings, Chapter 6.
amendment accepted.
Yes.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Taylor and seconded by Commissioner Parati. Any discussion on the motion? Commissioner Walker?
Well, I guess I think that the tree is not within the vicinity that requires a protection plan.
Let's see.
If you would like to add that friendly amendment, you may.
How close is it to the structure?
Well, here's the tree, and here's the drip line of the tree, and here's the new structure.
Yeah, then I would like to have that added if possible.
And is that based on trees 8.5? All right,
Based on trees 8.5.
all right. Commissioner Taylor and Commissioner Parati, do you accept?
Yes.
I do.
All right. All right, let's go ahead and vote then. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve passes 10-0.
Our next application is 324 East Boulevard, and they are requesting an awning addition. One thing that has come up is that the applicant has provided an alternative scenario as part of the agenda supplement. So the alternative scenario is just a railing and maybe some potential movable planter boxes, which is different than the proposal of the awning with some integrated planter boxes that are shown on slide 9, 10, 8, slide 8 and 10. So here it is, the integrated at the edges. And then the supplement is showing non-integrated with the potential for some decorative planter boxes. We've not had this situation before with options on a consent agenda, so I might recommend the commission take it off consent, but it is up to you how you want to handle this.
Commissioners, your thoughts, since to Christie's point, we got a second option and this is a consent agenda item. Are you all in favor of taking this off of the consent agenda?
I am. I have some confusion, so.
Okay.
Okay, all right, let's,
Do they need to vote to take it off? No, just one commissioner. Great. Thanks, Commissioner Walker.
all right.
Okay. The applicant, come on up. So going back to the original proposal, I will start slide 7, showing the location of the building. You have East Boulevard here, Euclid Avenue here. This is Paper Skyscraper, and what the portion of the building we're talking about is right here, which is Thai Taste. So if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter.
Yes, I'm William Robinson. My address is 1330 Betsy Drive, Charlotte, 28211.
Thanks. And I'm going to turn the floor over to you to describe the project, and the slides are up here, and I'll just walk through and let me know where you'd like to go.
Okay, well, what Thai Taste would like to do is to create an outdoor patio area. We reclaim 2 of the parking spaces to be able to do that. We wanted to provide a covered area. So the original proposal that you saw, basically it has, originally we thought to do some railing to define the area. And then if you're familiar with Thai Taste, there's a small wooden planter box right at the entry door, and they liked that. So we decided to incorporate that in as part of the design. Also to break it up and for the people sitting in the patio to give them a little more buffer from traffic and cars. So that defined the original design. And that's what you see on this slide. What happened after we submitted the original proposal, about a week ago, Thai Taste contacted me and they just wanted to potentially have a fallback. Their pesticide person didn't want us to do the wooden planter boxes. So she was asking for an alternate. We looked into the possibility of doing something with vinyl. We still want it to be a permanent thing, but we wanted it to be vinyl or some other thing with the other idea that we could just do drop back and do a simple railing around it. What they really want to do is stick with the original design with the wooden planter boxes, but we wanted to come to you with an option if they determined that they would rather not go with wood, to have some other thing that would be acceptable to you all that we provide instead. So again, our plan is to continue with the original proposal, but we didn't want to come back later saying, oh, we've decided we want to change to all railing, or we wanted to go with a different type of planter box. So we wanted to get that in front of you to say, this is what we want to do, but this will be a fallback if they were convinced to try to go away from the wooden scenario.
How do we typically, I'm sorry, I don't know if you were done.
No, I'm good.
Apologize.
So
How do we typically handle planters? Like, where does that fall?
Yeah, we've approved them in the past. Is it 215 East Worthington, the cigar bar at the
Yes.
Vintage? As they're temporary, they're removable, as long as like the materials work and
Okay.
you know, they meet our standards. Usually we're okay with them.
Okay.
I think with something like this where it's like a railing and planters or a railing and no planters, what I would be looking for is the commission approving the overall concept, including the decorative canopy, and then maybe the details about if it's a railing and planters, maybe that be left up to staff to work out.
Yes,
As long as you're good with the overall concept.
perfect. Okay. Commissioners, Commissioner Wojcik?
Can I ask a question? So I saw that the structure is actually going to be attached to the existing building with a ledger board of some sort, and then I guess the roof rafters will be hung or sit on top of that. Would you be willing to consider posts that would allow the structure to more freestand rather than being actually attached to the wall of the structure?
I would. My concern with that, and that's actually where I started. My concern with that is we don't want to take away the existing canopy of the building right there.
Okay.
And the post would have to penetrate that canopy. So our idea with the ledger is we could bolt that to the wall, and then at some point in the future, if the canopy's removed, we just repair the bolt holes, and that area of the building is then covered with a ephes or stucco type material that could be patched.
So it currently has a stucco material on it?
Yeah,
I couldn't
that
really
part
tell from
of that wraparound has a stucco ephes type application on it.
So are you saying that the valance or the awning that is currently there is just being covered up? It's not being removed?
Correct. What we did is we located the new one to go above the existing. So we would have that ledger above that existing canopy, bolted to the wall, and then we will come off of it. So when you're inside underneath the canopy or underneath the awning, you would still see the original there.
Okay, thank you, because I didn't realize.
We were
that.
trying to make it to where, should they decide to take the awning or not have a patio at some point, it would have the least amount of impact, that it could easily be converted back to the original.
The awning wasn't original to the building anyway, right?
I don't believe so.
Okay, I mean, I thought that's what I read.
Yeah. No, it was added in like the 80s or 90s.
Okay. And then, so that means that where the decorative kind of fretwork wainscot design is, that's just pieces of wood that are put together that kind of go around that triangle.
Correct. We would have to, we will have to fabricate a trim board wrapping around the existing awning situation or awning condition.
Okay. And then the posts that are there that are away from the building, how do those attach to the ground?
Those, I sort of based to a certain degree, the idea of this from the canopy structure that's in front of the, I call it the Watts building, because that's what I know it as. I think it's now as the Kid Cashew. They have basically two steel posts and then a beam connecting them. And then the wooden members go back to the storefront. They actually do have 2 posts at the building face there because there was no canopy to obstruct it. But so I was looking at that and I liked the way they did that. So what I'm doing here is, again, it would just be, we would have to we put 2 steel columns that would be on a footing in the ground.
Okay.
And, but that would be then, obviously would be covered up. So
As I say, that's asphalt because
Yes,
it's the
that's
parking lot,
asphalt.
right? Okay.
So.
Okay, I think that's all my questions. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Taylor, you look like you have a.
Yeah,
a question.
I'm sorry, I'm still a little confused. So you have this low slope roof that is attached to the building on a ledger that spans over the existing canopy, and then you have this decorative screen that is on either end,
It wraps the 3 sides.
it wraps the 3 sides, okay, and it hangs down roughly 4.5 feet or so from
Right.
the beam
It
height.
comes down to about the 8-foot height.
And
above
what is
the-
that decorative, maybe I missed, what's it?
That actually will be done in wood.
It's wood.
They were only concerned about the wood planter boxes because they were planter boxes. But the screen would be done out of wood.
And so what you're calling the gable end is a faux gable end?
Though
Gable trim detail?
the one right in the middle,
Yeah.
yes, that would be, again, it's sort of a lattice material on the lattice area would be wood, the gable would be done and as a wood piece. Again, it's sort of mimicking slightly the Thai Taste logo.
Uh-huh.
And then, again, all of it allows light to come in. There was a concern that Thai Taste had that the sun really hits the parking lot strongly in that area. And that's why they had asked to have a little bit of a screening to block a little bit of that. We wanted to allow the sun, or we wanted to allow as much light in as possible, but we did want to cut down a little bit on it hitting people sitting in the patio. So we brought that to the 8-foot mark, just to provide a little buffer.
Okay. So I've got, I think, 2 more questions. The layout of the lattice, just out of curiosity, you have, your bottom panels are, I need stronger readers, but it's basically 1 something and then 4.5 inches, then 1 something, 4.5 inches, and your upper panel goes from the panel's the same, but the style is 3 inches versus 4.5. Why is that?
I liked it.
Okay.
It's decorative.
All right.
Trying to create the bottom panels are slightly bigger, so I used a slightly bigger framework for them.
Okay.
I tried to keep everything centered up, but then go into a slightly more delicate upper level.
And then you've got corrugated plastic sheathing on the low pitch
Right,
roof.
covering, which again, we wanted to allow it as much as possible to allow light in. I didn't want to put a metal roof on it because that would make it darker underneath. And again, I was kind of mimicking a little bit the canopy that's at the Kid Cashew, where they do the same thing. They have the corrugated plastic piece that forms the roof over the patio.
Okay. I think that's my questions.
Now, I do have some questions about that plastic bit. Where is it exactly? I wasn't clear on
It
that.
forms basically the roof of the thing. It's at that's
Okay.
exactly it. It's very, because the roof is sloped very slightly, it's not, you don't really look at it too much in terms of elevation. And again, the best example I can say is if you're driving East Boulevard and you drive by Kid Cashew, you would never know that that's what you're looking at until you get into the patio underneath it and look up and realize that it's an opaque, but allowing light or allowing the light to come through somewhat.
Okay. All right. Other questions from the commissioners for the applicant? Commissioner Wojcik?
So you said at the beginning that they were creating this so that they could block some of the sun because the parking lot was so exposed, but then you're also saying at the same time that you don't want to block the sun, which is why we want to use the corrugated plastic. So I guess I really just kind of want to know. I'm just a little confused, like, because I think the plastic in itself is not a historic element that we typically see. And even though it's on another structure, that wouldn't necessarily be why we would allow it. But there are other materials that would be more appropriate. So I just want to make sure that the intent and our requests, coincide, obviously, if you're going to do this project.
Well, the idea, sun and sun, I understand. We wanted to allow as much light to come through as possible, but we didn't want people sitting where the sun just beats down on them. Again, I picked that up because I'd already seen it and thought that it worked. We just wanted some sort of a material up there that doesn't really darken the space underneath too much. Right. Mhm.
All right. Commissioners,
If we're not in agreement with using the plastic material, do you have a preference of alternate materials you'd like to use?
I would probably try to look under to see if I could find another material that allows lighting. But if not that, then we would probably go to just a metal roof condition.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
all right.
Chris.
Did you have a question, Commissioner Barr? All right. If no one else has questions, we'll close for deliberation. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Parati, for that last piece, because that was something I was wondering about as well. So commissioners, thoughts?
Yeah, I'm curious. So before, it was something that was easily, it can be removed, no problem, and it's EFS, so they can fix it. Of course, the places where it's attached, where it was attached would reveal itself because the coloring and all of that will be different. But one of our standards says that when we do additions, which is what this would be, right, that it would need to be compatible with the building, which I don't see this being. So I'm curious to hear you all's thoughts on that. Before, I wouldn't have pushed it because, it's kind of temporary, but it's going to be attached to the building on top of over the awning. It just seems like a lot. So now we're getting back to additions and it is not compatible with the building.
Commissioner Parati, when you say it's not compatible, what makes it not be compatible?
The actual design. The design of the pergola, canopy, not to be flippant, but whatever we're calling it, doesn't go with the mid-century design of the building.
Okay. Commissioners, reactions to that or any other comments? Commissioner Walker, you seem like you want to say something.
I always do. Yeah, I guess I'm not uncomfortable with it. I don't feel that there's a strong mid-century composition to this building, so having this decorative addition, removable addition, doesn't seem that offensive to me.
Okay. Commissioner Wojcik?
I feel the same way. I mean, there's lots of houses that we would put a pergola over a back deck and you don't necessarily repeat every design detail from the house. It's a little stupid. And it is pretty easily removed. And so I feel like, if it was something that was potentially permanent or had more architectural substance to it, it would definitely, be something I would be concerned about, but, I feel like it blends pretty well. The structure's pretty simple.
It's on a primary elevation. Does that matter? You said back deck. This is a primary elevation. It's right there on the side, which is highly visible. I mean, I'm not saying that it's wrong. I'm just saying that this isn't a back deck.
True, yes. Yeah, one of my original thoughts was that it was kind of up on that front corner. And would it be a little bit nicer to have it set back a little bit, but I don't know if at the end of the day, that's going to have too much of an impact on its presence. And I only said back deck just because that's where people live on their houses typically. I mean, we've done pergolas on the front of houses too. There was a little cute bungalow that we did a pergola on. So it's not, I shouldn't just say back deck. I should just say arbors and pergolas in themselves typically have a simpler structure, and not necessarily too much of an architectural stylization.
We've not done anything as ornate as this.
No,
I'm concerned about, I think maybe three things. One, how ornate it is, and I understand the reasoning behind it and trying to pick up on the the restaurant's ethnicity and culture and everything else they have in that restaurant. But it's compared to the rest of the building, it's just extremely ornate. Then the details worry me a little bit. The connection of how that screen, how that's detailed around the existing canopy. Right now, it looks like it's just put on there, and there's, the panel is just, the panels, wherever it hits, so it just kind of seems like an afterthought. And then lastly, I'm not sure where we are on the opaque plastic roofing material. Kid Cashew was not done that long ago, so I'm thinking some of y'all were here for that. And I've been in there enough times, and I don't remember seeing that where it stood out as a plastic roof. So I feel like that detail was probably well done, and I'd kind of like to see how that was done to as a comparison.
Chrissy, I don't remember us doing that.
Kid Cashew's not in the district.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Those are my comments.
I think what's tripping me up a little bit is this is an addition, but it's a commercial application on an awning. So where do we address this in additions? Or
Chapter 7.
Number 7.
Chapter 7. So you look at your awning standards and your Chapter 7 standards. And then you also look at Secretary of the Interior standards and, reversibility and those types of things. Kim's smiling because she loves the Secretary of Interior standards.
I do, but I don't know how to make it work for this one.
Is section 4.18 for storefronts, is that applicable in this case? 'Cause I've been reviewing that one, and 4.18 number 5, I mean, I noticed that the staff did not refer to that standard, those standards in their analysis, but number 5 is avoid using or retaining materials and elements that are incompatible with the building or district. And I don't know if this is one reason, because it's a mid-century modern, one reason we're struggling, it's a mid-century modern storefront that's being added to. And I don't think we've had this I think it's tricky because I don't think we've had a situation like this, that's this detailed.
Yeah, I think the other tricky thing is the awning that's there isn't historic either, right? Like if you go back into Google Street View, you can see it had the more typical flat mid-century awning. So
The awning that was put there that's currently there, o- did that go through us?
probably back in the 90s when it was put on. But different time, different standards.
Right. so-
Mid-century wasn't really considered back in the 90s as
Yeah.
like historic, so.
Mhm. And we
I'll check-
hemmed and hawed over another building, I think it's on East Boulevard, about whether or not to let the applicant get rid of the awning and do like a metal canopy, right? And so I'm surprised that we are considering something that does not fit within the Secretary of Interior standards, given the fact that it is attached to the building. If it's something that's easily removable, I mean, it looks like an addition. I guess whether or not it's easily removable is a moot point at this stage. It looks like it's a part of the building, and it does feel like it's an afterthought. It's an overlay over a non-conforming awning. And, the applicant has said that they are willing to consider something other than plastic. That would be a hard, fast no for me on the plastic. And right now, I don't know how we justify something that is definitely incongruous with the building as well as the context of the area. Christy?
I just want to make a correction. I completely misspoke. I think it's right in the memo. This new awning was added somewhere between June 2014 and July 2015. So
So it was approved?
I
by-
don't know. I would have to do research
Okay.
on that. But
All right.
looking at Google Street View, it was not there in June 2014,
Yeah.
but it is there in July 2015. And somewhere between October 2011 and June 2014, the original mid-century canopy was removed.
Okay. I guess it's neither here nor there for me because the actual, I wouldn't call it an awning. I wouldn't even call it a pergola. The canopy that they're proposing seems incongruous.
Christy, can you put those up on the?
Yeah. I don't know, you guys. I feel like the Secretary of Interior standards, like 9 and 10, are what I'm looking at, that it doesn't destroy anything, the historical features of the building. Right?
It doesn't destroy it. Mm-mm.
It differentiates itself, for sure.
I think to Commissioner Taylor and Parade's point, looking to additions for non-residential buildings, 7.17, number 6, and I might even ask staff how they would consider this, whether it's an addition, an awning, temporary structure, whatever, but looking to that standard, number 6, 7.17, I agree with previous commissioner's comments that it's not compatible with the building. So my drive would be to request that the applicant revisit a design that is more compatible with the mid-century vernacular.
Commissioner Wojcik?
I'd also like to ask that he maybe consider a different location on that elevation to minimize its impact on the front facade.
So number 1 of 7.17.
Yes. Thank you.
All right, well, it kind of sounds like you guys gave some standards and you are near a motion.
Should we address the planters?
Thank you. If I understand correctly, they're interested in adding wood railing and wooden planters. Or removable, okay, we can.
No, the planters, they don't want to be wood. The pest control person suggested against it, which is why we have this other option.
And it's a metal railing.
Metal railing.
Christy, can you remind us on the vintage, what those planters were made of?
I can't remember.
Okay.
I don't think they were like the ones on the plaza. I don't know. I don't think they were plastic.
Yeah. So I would say, speaking to our guidelines on materials, very rarely do we approve vinyl material. I would think that like wood or even painted aluminum, which would be seen typically in a commercial setting, would be appropriate here, but vinyl, I would imagine, is completely out, for me at least.
Agreed. I think the planters, I'm comfortable if staff is and working with the applicants on the type of materials that can be used.
Yeah, I am too. Would you guys be comfortable with that, Christy?
I am fine with that. And I did a quick Google search for 215 East Worthington Street View, and it looks like they're just square, plain metal, simple planters. Kind of mid-century looking, actually, at 215.
Apropos.
Yeah.
Look at that help right away.
Yeah.
All right,
It sounds like a continuation. I'm happy to make a motion.
please do.
Okay, I move to make a motion. I move to continue this project for a restudy of the canopy and the materials used per standard 7.17. And I am comfortable with staff working with the applicant on the materials for the planters that will be used. And taking Commissioner Wojcik's feedback, I would also ask that the applicants maybe even consider a less primary elevation or position to place the canopy.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Parati. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Wojcik. Any discussion on the motion?
Maybe I missed it, but Commissioner Prati, did you make any reference to the addition's compatibility with the existing structure?
I used 7.17. I didn't use those words, but if you want to add those,
For the record, I'd like to add guidelines 7.17, number 1, to Commissioner Wojcik's comment, and number 6 regarding the structure's compatibility with the existing historic building.
and because I like Secretary of Interior Standards 2.5, I'm just going to throw that in there to help guide the applicant in their redesign of the canopy.
Okay. You accept your amendment, Commissioner Wojcik? Do you accept the amendment?
Yes.
Any further discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Walker?
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to continue passes 10-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next application 1615 The Plaza, and I am handing off everything to Jenny. Jenny will be doing the next two applications. And I believe Karen,
Yes, good afternoon.
hi, welcome. Have you been sworn in?
Well, I heard the, swear in. My name is Karen Cates. My address is 1615 The Plaza, Charlotte, North Carolina.
Thank you, but you raised your hand earlier when the chair asked.
Yes, I'm actually at home,
Perfect.
attending online.
Okay, great. Jenny, if you would expand that frame so we can see Karen.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And Karen, if you have video and can turn that on, that would be really helpful.
Let's see. Start video. I don't have any makeup on today, but okay. There you are.
You look beautiful and you're very small on our end. You're a tiny little square.
All right, how can I help? I don't know, I'll just start by saying that, these windows were put in almost 2 years ago. They were a surprise to me. I came home from work and they were there, so apologies that this is an after the fact approval. Nothing was replaced, in the front. Okay, those are all original windows, as are the side window in my dining room. What you're seeing on my house, the left side is the dining room. So, right around that corner, that window was not replaced either. So there were 11 windows replaced. They all look just like the original. They were done by, I think it was, hold on, I've got the contract on my phone. I think it was Champion Windows who did it. So they came in, it was right under the the $15,000 draw the line where you have to run this past. But I think we ended up putting in a smaller window upstairs, which put it over like 15,000, maybe $100 or $200. So in any case, Jenny and another woman came to my house in June and talked to my husband and our contractor. Well, not Champion, but we got another guy to come out and put the, he's very familiar, done a lot of work in Myers Park, in Dilworth on other historic projects. So he has completed putting in the muttons all around the house, so that it's wood on the outside too. And I'm really not sure what else you need to know. I've provided pictures, I've provided the contract, and I will try to answer any questions that you all have.
Christy, do we have anybody on the line to speak for or against?
We have one unknown caller, the same person we've had. So, hello, if you called into the Historic District Commission meeting, can you let us know if you're calling in about 1615 The Plaza?
I'm not expecting anyone else to attend on my behalf.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Jenny, back to you.
Yes, thank you. So I'd like to start by saying that this project is considered after the fact review, with the commission reviewing the project on its merits according to the design standards as if the work has not been done yet. So we'd like to make that distinction for after the fact cases. As Karen was saying, windows were replaced. They were not original windows that were replaced. And you can tell on the front that the original windows are still on the front of the house. So what were replaced were on the left side and let's see.
This is the right side of the house, and this is the one window on the rear of the house that was replaced. The door was not replaced. These windows, this set, the one door, windows on either side and another window on the right side. And then on the left side, it was these windows. So those are the windows that were replaced. And her contractor put in custom muttons, and this is where we are at this point. Again, it is after the fact, but please review it as if it's brought to you before any work has been done.
Did I understand that the windows had been replaced before?
Yes.
When, do we know, do we have pictures of?
No, these are, no, these were just replaced in November, December of 2021. And that's the first time that they were replaced. I mean, this house was built in what, 1932? So there was no other windows between 1932 and 1922 or 2021. So.
Okay, Karen, then I'm going to jump in and say that we actually have a COA from 1993 saying that there had been some windows, at least some of the windows had been replaced back in 1993.
Really? Which ones? I don't.
Let me see if I can.
I mean, unless something was broken,
It says gable windows on each side of the house. So.
Was that before the historic district designation?
No. No, because if it had been before the historic designation, we wouldn't have an approval through the historic district. So it was after the designation.
Right. I mean, I've been here 35 years, so, okay, 35 and a half, but
Mrs.
my memory's not the best.
Mrs. Cates, if I could ask you to pause until Jenny finishes so that our court reporter can catch your comments and her comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So yes, there is a certificate of appropriateness that states that windows in the gable end of each side of the house had been replaced or were approved to be replaced in 1993. So at this point, I can't speak to whether or not they actually ever got replaced, but my understanding was that they had been replaced.
So I have a clarification then, because when I go back and look at that review from 1993, John Rogers sent a letter in April to Mr. and Mrs. Cates that those windows had been replaced, and that was an after the fact approval, was my understanding also.
This is all I have as far as the
So-
information, yeah.
If I go by that was, so that my question to Mrs. Cates was going to be what happened at that point? So that to me is just the gable ends. So these windows were original. So back in 93, the windows that were replaced were just in the gable ends, and that got approval after the fact. Is that correct?
I don't know what gable ends means, but I do know this. We have never been able to open our windows in this house until 2 years ago when this was done. So gable, I'm not in the
It's
construction
the
business.
right and left side of the house. So it means the type of roof. It's a gable. It's the pointed end on the right and left side of the house.
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. You're right. Those were just upstairs only because at that time we did do our upstairs. Yes, that would have been upstairs only. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. Those were the only, yeah.
Thank you for that clarification.
We were not able to open up our windows on the bottom, the first floor of our house until 2 years ago. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So my question would be, if you needed approval of the Historic District Commission in 1993 for those two windows, why did you not seek approval for and go through the review process for these windows?
I wish I could answer that but like I said from the outset, I didn't know we were even getting these. My husband did this without my knowledge. I came home from work and they were in.
Are you both joint homeowners? Are you both the owners of the
Yes.
property?
Yes, we are.
So I guess I mean, I understand your predicament, but I mean, I guess we need to hear from Mr. Cates. I guess he would have to answer that question.
He's in the hospital right now.
Okay, I'm sorry.
All right. Other questions for Mrs. Cates? I do have a question, Jenny. So the type of window that was installed isn't something that we've previously approved at all. And if it's a new material, a new item, typically we would want to see that in person, kind of get a side-by-side comparison so we can determine
Right.
its suitability or whether it would fit within the district.
They're fine.
Yeah.
No.
That question is for Jenny Shugart.
So, excuse me for being a little confused. When you say the windows that had been removed, do you mean from 1993?
No, well, the windows that were installed.
The ones right now?
Yes, the ones that are installed right now. It's not something that we've approved before.
My understanding from the Champion website is that they are vinyl windows.
Vinyl windows, correct, okay.
And you can see.
If I may, I think what Chairwoman Hawkins is asking is typically when we're presented with a product we haven't approved before, we require a sample.
Oh, yeah. Yes, correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Christy.
Commissioner Wojcik?
We don't approve vinyl windows, so
We do have a standard, though, that allows for us to review a request for a vinyl window, 4.14,
but I
number
don't,
19.
in the last year and a half, we've never approved them and they've been presented multiple times. So is it just because they don't look compatible with the wood replacement or is?
Why it's here?
Yeah.
Staff can't approve vinyl windows.
Well, no, I'm sorry. I mean, why don't we approve vinyl windows? Because the material in itself is considered incompatible with our standards.
I think it's the dimensions
Of
to
the-
that point, and that's what I was getting at and what Christy was saying. If we could see windows that we typically would approve in comparison to the product that was installed, I think we would be able to see that there's a significant difference. And I think that will help us make a decision, but we don't have that available to us right now.
In the pictures, you can see the original window sizes for the stile and rails in comparison to the replacement window sizes of stile and rails as they're installed currently. And you can tell that there's a big difference in the proportions. There's a larger proportion of material for the vinyl than there is for the original wood. There's an additional layer of trim also that goes around it. I mean, I can see in these pictures.
And I just like to jump in and say, we were just talking to the last applicant about how we don't approve vinyl. So if we're being consistent in the way we apply our standards, I would say, unfortunately, to this applicant, what we said to the last applicant, we don't approve vinyl per our standards.
It looks like the applicant has their hand up.
Mrs. Cates?
Yeah, hi. These are not vinyl. Unless you see something about that on the contract that I don't. They're wood. And Jenny and somebody else came physically to my house in June. I was not home. and saw them and said that they were fine, and we just needed to fix the muttons. So I'm a little confused now. Thank you.
No problem. Really quickly, since Jenny's name was mentioned, Jenny, any rebuttal or response to what Mrs. Cates is saying?
I don't typically tell applicants or possible applicants what will be fine in front of the commission. I did mention that what you guys do look for are muttons that are not in between the glasses. But when it comes to a commission case, I will say that it is up to the commission.
Commissioner Wojcik, thank you.
So who submitted the documentation that we're reviewing right now? Because number 8 of the submittal is proposed/current installed windows. It has the contract that you signed and the description of the information, including material and the Champion window construction. And it specifically says that they're vinyl windows.
So she submitted, what you're saying is that the contract, and if you will look, and I can make it closer, but there's nothing on the contract that states the material, so I had to go to the website to find what the material is.
Okay.
So these clips are you pulled from the
Yes.
Champion website?
So the Champion paperwork is the contract that was submitted to us. And to find the material and the information about the actual windows, this is from their website, from the Champion website. And I typed in exactly the information off the contract.
All right, other questions?
I got more.
Oh, Commissioner Wojcik?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So Karen, you're saying that they're wood windows. We have documentation that saying that they're vinyl windows. When I look at the pictures of the windows, they have little weep holes kind of down in the bottom. And it looks like it's an insert and that the jam wasn't completely removed is what it looks like to me from this picture because of the.
I'm inside. Well, here is one of the windows. I'm sorry, I'm going to my breakfast nook. My contractor who just left, he says the only thing vinyl is one little strip. So I am, at this point, I don't know what to do. So I'm at your mercy.
Yeah. Tell her.
Don't know what to
Yeah.
say.
Tell
Where
her
do we get that?
from the contractor. Have the contractor give her a sample of what was put in her house so she can bring it here and show you.
Okay.
This contractor did not put these windows in. Champion Windows did.
But Champion should have a sample that they can give to you to bring to us.
Okay, so you want a sample from Champion.
Yeah, and Champion should understand what we mean by
Right.
that.
Because what you're going off of is what's on their website.
Yes. Yeah, but, like I said, the contract did not state the material that the window was made of.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
That's a big element for us, Karen. So I think if we could get that
I know.
clarified, that would be helpful. And for me anyway.
Yeah, me too. So, okay, assuming the worst, what if they are vinyl? What do I do? Do I have to take them out?
Can I talk? Yeah. I wouldn't even, I would even suggest anything to you at this point because it's not worth it. We need to know what we're talking about. So I just think that it would be best that we all do our homework and we get the information that we need and then we can better advise at that point.
Is there anything else that's acceptable or would it only be wood?
So our design standards indicate the materials that are recommended, the wood type or material that's recommended. I think staff would definitely help guide you there in addition to the standards. So I would recommend working closely with them.
Because I know that, all right, okay, so I'll just follow your direction, whatever you say at this point.
Well, I think too, critical point of this particular case is that the issue here, Mrs. Cates, is that our preference would always be to repair versus replace. So normally how this procedure works is that the applicant would come to us with evidence that the windows being proposed as being replaced are in such disrepair that they cannot be maintained and have to be removed. And the issue here is that they were removed and replaced with not only likely a incompatible material, but they were replaced in the first place. So that's sort of the main issue that we're looking at right here.
Right. Well, they weren't broken. It's just that we couldn't open them. So, and after what, 90 years, you know, so do I go to Champion and ask for a sample?
That's correct. That's what we're suggesting. And I do think, yes, that's correct.
And I would have to buy that, or do they
No,
typically let you
no, I
borrow
think you
it
would
and
need to
bring it in?
talk to Champion. I apologize for speaking over you. Speak with Champion, ask them for a sample, and they would be able to indicate what the steps are to move forward with that. We wouldn't be able to tell you what that is, but I would suggest reaching out to them for that sample, and again, working very closely with staff because they are the professionals and have a lot of resources to help guide you. Okay? Thank you. Okay, we will close now for deliberation. All right, commissioners.
I have a question. Is it possible that staff could do an inspection of that to see if it's wood?
Jenny made a site visit back in June.
But
I'm glad to go out myself.
I'm just thinking that if just say the stipulation that this is wood, we could go ahead and decide then if we would accept that if it's wood and get to the heart of the issue a lot quicker. Because if it's not wood, then it wouldn't be conforming to whatever we agreed to. So,
I mean, I think the problem here is that if we're supposed to treat these after the fact cases if they're new, when, especially windows, we treat those we're very protective over them. We do not, I mean, the standard for replacement is extremely high. You know, we have no evidence that these windows were in such disrepair that they needed to be removed. I don't know anywhere to approve that. Fact of the matter is they're gone. And there's nothing we can do about that at this point unless the Champion windows saved them or something, which I doubt they did. And then, you know, I mean, they look like vinyl windows. I don't know how we can prove that.
So we had this exact situation a couple months ago and we denied it because we didn't have the evidence that the window was in disrepair. And it didn't matter what was put back in at that time because the whole point is that they were taken out without documentation. And so that's where we started. That was the number one.
Or do we look at this case as not having sufficient evidence because we don't have existing pictures of what the historic windows look like?
Right.
I mean, it's a technicality. I think we know the answer to this, but I mean, the fact of the matter is historic windows were removed and they weren't supposed to be.
there's no option to repair anymore. So there's got to be a solution. And if we determine that we stipulate that this would be, just hypothetically approve this with the stipulation that it's all wood. That's one thing, but if it's not wood, then it's not conforming. Then you go on to the next step and decide, it comes back before the board for non-conformity. I don't know. I'm just trying to think in terms of being realistic and practical with what we're doing.
I think it's a two-part process,
Mhm.
what everyone's saying. First, should the windows have been removed? Is the documentation there? And then are the replacement windows approvable? And so because there is some kind of dispute between the applicant and staff about the material of the window, I would recommend that we go with, hey, applicant, talk to Champion, have them bring in the sample so that you guys can make the determination and eliminate any sort of like he said, she said with staff and the applicant, because this is ultimately a commission decision. We're glad to help the applicant in conversations with Champion about borrowing a sample. We get window samples all the time from all kinds of window companies, so they should be aware of this process. So really, since it's two-part and you don't have the answer for the second part, maybe this is the continuance, right? For more information, and then you take up the decision together when we have all the information.
That sounds reasonable to me.
I agree.
Do we have a motion then on how we want to proceed?
I'll do it since I've been so talky. Apparently I'll get talked out of myself and be quiet soon. I would like to continue this application as we need more information to be submitted to us. We would like to request a sample of the window product that was installed in Mrs. Kate's home so that we can explore congruousness or not. And then we can evaluate at that point with that information. And I would just like to reference 4.14. And I'm just gonna say all of it for now, just because there's so many parts and pieces that come with windows as our guidelines that I'm referencing.
All right. Motion by Commissioner Wojcik. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any question or discussion on the motion?
I have a question.
Sure.
Christy, how do we, this has always been a problem. Homeowners get pressures from vendors or what have you, contractors to replacing windows. They sell it's more efficient, blah, blah, blah. I mean, this happens so many times in our districts. And, I don't know that there's anything that could be done as Mrs. Cates explained, that we're beyond or below, a certain threshold or right at it, where it would go before the city for approval or something like that. So obviously it went below our radar. Is there any way other than, these becoming after the fact cases that we can prevent this?
I think that's an excellent topic for our retreat in November. And I'll make a note that we can talk more.
And just for the record, I know Mrs. Cates has been in this house for a long time, so I empathize with her. I know, standards and things change, but, at least in my eyes, this is, a pretty sad travesty that we see happen all too frequently, as I mentioned. Anyway, that's my little spiel.
Thank you, Commissioner Barth. Any further discussion?
Can I do a friendly amendment to my own motion or something? Can I add to it?
Sure.
I just want to ask if she has any documentation or pictures of what the original windows look like before they were replaced. If she could look for that information for
And
the
that-
next submittal.
For 4.14.
Is that
Okay.
okay?
Do you accept that, Commissioner?
Absolutely.
All right. Okay. Let's vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to continue passes 10-0.
And I hope your husband's okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
The next application is 1509 Belvedere Avenue. And while Jenny's pulling that up, Uri, are you with us? I see your name. Can you please turn on your, make sure your microphone and video are on?
Everybody, let me try how do I do this.
Ooh,
Can't
Hear me?
we can't hardly hear you.
Let's see. Is this better?
Yes. Much
Thank
better.
you. I'm trying to figure out how do I turn my camera on. I'm sorry about that.
Were you sworn in earlier?
No,
when-
not yet. Not yet.
Yes, okay.
Not yet. I haven't been.
Not yet. Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Madam Chair?
Yep. Please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do. There you go. I think I found it. Start the camera. Sorry about this. Okay. All right.
Great, thank you. I would like to, before we start with this case, I would like to add one thing. Ms. Cates mentioned another lady showing up at the site. In case you are wondering, that is our code enforcement inspector with zoning. Her name is Mandy Edwards. So if you hear about someone other than me, a woman showing up at a site, that would be who that is. Yeah.
Thank you.
And I believe she also joined you on site for this project as well?
Yes, yes. So this is 1509 Belvedere Avenue. This is also an after-the-fact case, and this project is to be considered as an after-the-fact review, with the commission reviewing the project on its merits according to the design standards, as if the work has not yet occurred. Okay. Let's see. Okay. So this is in the Plaza Midwood neighborhood, and we're going to start with some of the existing condition pictures so that you can just kind of familiar yourselves. This is the outside of the house. This is the current inside of the house. Some Google Street views of what it had looked like previously. So part of the proposal is the demolition of a portion of the non-original right side shed roof addition to the house. So you can see here where some demolition had taken place. This is some of the rebuilding. And as you can see, there's about 4 feet added. This is where the original house ended, or there's, I should say, the shed portion ended. This is the extra 4 feet that has been rebuilt. I have added the Sanborn map to indicate the original footprint of the house. So this is the street, and as you look towards the front of the house, right here would be the later addition that had a shed roof originally on the addition. This little area on the left side of the house is original to the house. It's a bump out. It's an original portion to the house. And this is a site plan so that you can see there will be a gazebo and fence and some other things that staff will be able to look at. The floor plan that indicates the addition to the house. And these are the elevations that were given to us. So I'm going to get into a little more as far as windows. Actually, I'd like to go back to the reconstruction of the rear addition. It's in the same location as the rear side addition with the shed roof had been, but it's been extended by approximately 4 feet into the rear yard. The foundation of the new addition is cement block. A new drainage system will be installed due to the grade of the back of the backyard toward the house. The new gable roof will tie into the roof of the original house below the ridge with shingles and pitch to match the original house. New German lap siding, wood lap siding will be installed on the new addition to match the original German lap wood siding on the original house with a corner board on the right elevation where the addition will meet the original house. And now into the windows, I have a floor plan to try and help explain the windows. So there are actually several windows that are remaining, and they were put in by previous owners. They are vinyl windows. There will be new windows installed. It does get a little confusing. I apologize for this. So this original window opening is being removed. A new window opening in the original house is being added. There will be a new window opening installed in the addition portion. It is non-original. And then on the left side, there is a window opening, an original window opening that had a paired set of windows, single double hung windows. And he will be putting in a new set of double hung windows. All of the new windows will be vinyl. And he will also be, because there is a kitchen, will be a kitchen there, he will be backing it so that you can see the window on the outside, but they can still hang cabinets on the inside. But there will be a new set of double hung vinyl windows, 1/1s in that space. On the back of the house, on the addition, the window that had been in the addition is being removed and a new window location is being added. Again, all of the new windows will be vinyl. They are proposing to reuse the vinyl window that had been in the kitchen and use it again in the kitchen back there. I do have elevations. Hopefully this will help a little bit. So as you can see on the left side, this is where the kitchen area will be going. These are the first windows. These are all are not being replaced. They are vinyl windows, again, replaced by previous owners. They were put in. And so he will be putting in a new paired set of 1/1 vinyl double hung windows here where the kitchen is. And this is the opening that had been in the addition on the right side of the house. So that will be removed and a new opening is going to be put in on the addition that's on the right side of the house. So then we get to the right elevation. And this is the original configuration of the windows. This is the shed roof addition that was not original to the house. And so you can see they are putting in a new window opening into the original portion of the house. There will be a window opening in the addition. Again, the new windows will be vinyl 1/1 double hungs. These two windows are not being replaced. They are double hung 1/1 vinyl windows. The rear of the house is the original. This would have been the shed roof, non-original addition. This is the bump out on the right, on that side of the house. It was original, or it is original. And you can see that there's a new window going into this new addition. And this window is actually being reused from what had already been there. And I think that about covers it. They will be replacing the window trim, the wood window trim with new wood window trim. There are other projects that can be staff approved.
All right. Is there anyone on the line to speak for or against this application?
The same unknown caller. Hello, if you've called into the Historic District Commission meeting, can you let us know if you are calling in for 1509 Belvedere Avenue?
Okay. All right, commissioners, questions for the applicant?
Question.
Yep.
The addition that you're speaking of, Jenny, is the addition, is that addition that this applicant has done, or is that an addition that had been done in the past and is now we're calling an addition, even though it was an existing addition?
It's hybrid. So there had been an addition, so I'll start with this. So originally, this was the original footprint. At some point, an addition had been made on this side, the right side of the house, with a shed roof. The applicant had demoed part of that, and as you can see, has rebuilt where that shed roof had been, and they've turned it into a gable roof and added about 4 feet into the backyard with that addition.
So this has not been in front of historic at all?
No, my understanding is that the shed roof addition was done long before
Right.
it's been there.
But
a while.
this little new addition has not gone in front of
No,
historic. So there's no permit on this project?
no permits.
Okay.
There is also code enforcement for zoning also reached out to housing as they do with cases like this. I believe that there was a hearing on September 26th and housing will be doing, I believe, an inspection around the 26th of October, but we're working with them to let them know how this process is moving forward so that they can make determinations based off of that, because they do understand that historic comes before some of this other stuff.
So are we reviewing just the windows right now, or what?
No, you're reviewing the demolition addition, the windows, the wood trim.
Okay.
Jenny, isn't there a 3D model?
I'm sorry.
Is there a 3D model?
Oh, yes.
And why don't you close that, hit the arrow on the right, on the right?
On the right, thank you.
There.
And my apologies, there,
Go back.
Yeah.
Go back to that model. Okay, so the short gable on the right that exists, that was on the Sanborn maps. The gable on the left used to be a shed roof and it ended right before that window. They took the roof off, went back 4 feet and did a gable roof. There were no permits pulled on this project. So the commission is looking at this as if this has not been done, and this is the proposed addition that they're doing and the proposed window changes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
I have 8 items listed as to what we're reviewing today
Mm-hmm.
for this particular project. The big element, if we're going to start with our guidelines and work through, is the addition, which also covers the roof, because it is an addition onto the structure, but also a change in roof pitch. So those 2 are the bigger items in our guidelines. And then we also have siding material, foundation material. We have window trim, we have windows, and we have doors. And then when we go to site, we also have some grading and fence work. So those are kind of the big picture down to the little picture of what's being asked of us. I know some of the smaller things, like there's a pergola that can be dealt with staff, but these other items are within our guidelines to request information on and then approve or not approve based on the presented design. And I went through this a couple of times because I was a little confused because there's actually 3 documents. There's what's there, there's what was proposed, and then there's, well, I said that wrong. There was the original, what was built, and then what's being proposed. And so in my mind, I'm almost ignoring what's being built because it was so complicated to figure out what was original to what they're requesting, because there's 3 different elements. And what's really there is not pertinent. It's that they're requesting proposal for what they're submitting to build. So I kind of broke it down like that to kind of help, if
That's
that helps
perfect.
anybody.
Mhm.
Okay. So the, the biggest element, I thought if we started with the addition, which also relates to the roof lines, if we could kind of address that and see if that was something that would be approvable or not approvable, and then just kind of work our way through, then we could ask questions. But I think the existing condition of the window trim, because that's still existing right now and hasn't been removed. And then it's, the windows are just a complexity on themselves we just experienced with the last submittal. So if it'd be okay, I would just kind of like to ask some existing condition questions, and then maybe we could talk.
That sounds great.
So can I just ask a couple of questions about the existing siding and existing trim materials that are on the structure that you're asking to replace? I mean, when we are looking at these pictures, I know that there was asbestos siding over this wood siding, and so it doesn't look like it's in good shape. But that also can just be that it's dirt and, catching of debris in between the 2 materials. So could you just kind of give us an update on the status of the existing siding and wood trim?
Well, the siding today, the original siding, the siding that's original to the house doesn't look like it's in a great shape, but yet there is portions of it that are salvageable. I believe the best strategy here would be to preserve the historic look of the house, meaning the repair, the portions of it that are excuse me, that are deteriorated. Some parts are rotten. On the corners of the windows, for example, you could see there is a little rot going on. So I think that can be replaced, and the rest of it can be just sanded and repainted, give it a fresh look. And like as Jenny stated previously, the addition in the back of the house will get the same matching siding, just sort of continuing the whole look of the house throughout the entire house. And same goes for the trim. The I wouldn't say all of it, but some portions are not in the best shape. Whatever can be saved, that is going to be saved, and whatever is not, just repaired or replaced with the same materials, obviously wood for wood and whatever was there originally.
So the design details will match. It looks like it's just a 1x with the butt joint. Is that correct? The existing trim?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, I believe that's
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm.
And
So
then,
that's the plan.
so are there any original windows on the house that are being replaced at this point, that you're requesting to replace at this point?
No, ma'am. Actually, going back to the Windows slide, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the my other screen here because I can't really control this slide here. So slide number 22 that describes the windows. It shows the interior of the house and the windows, the big kind of brick. There you go. Yes. So whatever is related to the front elevation of the house, that stays as it is. The old vinyl being replaced by the previous owner, and they function pretty well, so we intend to keep that. Now, looking at the right side, right elevation of the house. So originally, we have there 3 windows. Let me just, okay, if we scroll to the slide number 24, that will show the original right elevation and then proposed elevation, right? So we have 3 windows originals. Now, even that window that has a little letter A to it, the very last window, which is in that shed structure. So that was there. Now, let me backtrack a little bit here. Why this was demolished, the backside of the house at all? Like, why did it start it? Because the foundation of it was falling apart. You know, it was sitting on the bricks. I guess the land, I don't know, ground, maybe it just throughout the time it settled, and the whole back wall kind of tilted a little bit. So that caused that window inoperable, the one that looks to the back of the house. Now this window was barely moving as well. You couldn't really open it. It had a hard time operating, and it cracked. The frame of the window had a crack in it, so it lost its thermal functions, and overall the window function was lost. Now, so that window, I guess I should say, will suggesting, right, as it never happened. So I guess that window, we're suggesting to replace that with the brand new, same of a kind, vinyl for vinyl, whatever was there. It wasn't wood for us to put wood in there. It was vinyl, so we decided to go with the vinyl window. That's that. Now, you see the difference. There is on the upper picture of the right elevation, you have 3 windows. On the bottom picture, you have 4. So yes, 1 window gets added. In other words, if we start from the front of the house, window number 3, that gets added to it. That gets added. Window number 4 stays at what it was. No, I apologize. It moves. It needs to, due to interior changes, it needs to move a little bit towards the end of the house. In other words, the old window opening, I guess, will be closed and the new one will be opened. So that's on the right side elevation. On the left side, if we go to slide number 24, all the windows are staying as they are existing, except to the 2 windows that are having a little change. Now the kitchen window, the double hung window, that is, if we're looking at the picture, there is the window that is to our far left, the double window. That window, we're proposing to, well, not counting the fact that it lost its function originally, but we're proposing to put the brand new double hung windows again, what it was there, but to close it from the inside, due to the interior changes, meaning there is a kitchen cabinets, could be hung on the other side of the wall. So we are proposing to close. The window will still look as operable as, it will look perfect, just like the one next to it. The only thing is, it will have closure from the behind, so it will the person looking from the outside will not be able to see the drywall or the insulation or the studs or whatever it's going on inside. That's to that window. And the small window on the addition, the very last window already. Yes, thank you, that one. That window is just moving So original one gets closed and new one is opening. It's moving, shifting towards the back of the house, towards the yard. Same for same, again, vinyl for vinyl, same dimensions, same features, everything is the same. It's just if we look at the let me find the slide here. Okay, slide number 28, and yeah, 28 and 29, in the corner of 29 on the left bottom corner, you could see that crack and damage on the frame of the window, and and slide number 28 has more of pictures of the windows that were removed from the house. Now, the only reason they were removed because they lost their function. If not, then I would be the last person who wanted to, to make any changes to this. It's just additional expense. Nobody needs this. Now, so that's to the windows. Yeah. So pretty much everything else stays the same, however it was. No other window is changed or removed or replaced. They stay original to the house.
Can I just, this is what I wanted to clarify. When you say same for same, every window that was there before you started construction was a vinyl window. And that's
Absolutely.
why you chose to replace them with vinyl windows.
Yes,
is
ma'am.
Vinyl was already there.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right. I have a few questions.
Okay.
When we were looking at additions, we're looking at differentiating the old versus the new, and I couldn't tell, so please forgive me if you put this in your application and I just missed it. It looks like the back left steps in from the original house. Is that correct?
When you say steps in, what does that mean?
Meaning it's
I'm not following you. I'm sorry. I'm not that savvy in this.
Steps in, let me think about the way to put it, another way to put it. It's not coplanar, it does not continue on from the wall of the original house. Inset, steps in, not coplanar, it's pushed in. It has a waistline.
So if we're looking at the, if we let's say we would extend, okay, I think slide number 40 will show the pre-existing one. It will show the picture, of the back of the house, how it was. There you go.
Right.
So the green door, whatever is the arrow is pointed at, that's the kitchen. That's how it was before. And the left side, it was moved to the back 4 feet.
So does the wall as it is where the hand is right now, does it continue or did you push it in a little bit and then it continues?
Oh, no, that hasn't been touched. It is just the way you see it on the picture.
It's on the other, so the right side, did you do anything to the right side? Does the wall continue on the right side or does it step in a little bit?
No.
It looks like it
It's
continues.
just one. Yeah, it continues. Yes.
Okay.
It's one side.
So
Yeah.
one of the things that we'll talk about is how to differentiate the old versus the new, because, look, you have the same type of roof. It ties in below the ridge line, so I don't have any problems with that. I think, obviously it needs to be permitted, but that's not the
I'll
issue
work on
here.
that, absolutely.
So the foundation, what's the foundation of the original house and how tall is it?
Let me find the foundation here, the images. I actually have a picture of when the gentleman is in process, doing the work on the foundation.
It looks to be brick.
The original one is brick.
Sure. So
if you go to the page number 39, you would see the new.
Okay. And just as I'm going through, and I'll let you speak to these now so that if you have anything that we need to consider when we're deliberating, you can say it. With foundations, 4.4, let's see here. Match existing historic materials as closely as possible. That is something that we would want to see done with the addition, the foundations being the same materials. You want to speak to that now, seeing as how your original house is brick and the cement block is found under your foundation on the addition?
Yeah, well, what should I speak about this?
If you don't have anything to say, we could just continue.
No, I understand. I understand. We found this to use the cement block would have been more practical. I understand it is not up to the standards of the HDC standards, maybe. The problem here was that using the cement blocks was, what should I say, it was the best option, I guess, at the moment to solve this issue. Now, this mind you that this is going to have the proper drainage and installed to it, and everything up to the code, just the way it's supposed to be. And I don't know, I don't really have much to add right now. Maybe.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. So, it's one thing when the existing conditions of our house, of a house do not adhere to our standards. But once you change things, once you touch it, right, then it has to come into compliance. So that is something that I'll bring up in deliberation. You can't take out vinyl windows and then put in vinyl windows. So have you thought about that? Have you thought about the type of windows that you would go back with?
I read, judging by the standards, it says there's a place same for same, right?
Yeah, but also the standards say that we don't allow vinyl windows. So that's what I mean. Like you took something that was not compliant and made it even more non-compliant.
I'm gonna have to disagree with you. I'm not saying why did I make it even more non-compliant. The reason why of my disagreement is non-compliant product was already installed by the previous owner, and maybe this is wrong by the.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
What I'm saying is the non-compliant item was already installed by the previous owners, correct? Not by
Correct,
me.
but then you changed
So
things. It was grandfathered in and then it was
and I
grandfathered
put
in and then you changed it, which meant that now you have to adhere to our standards. Is this
Okay, I
news
see your
to
point.
you? I just wanted to be able to share it with you before we talk about it.
No, I see your point. I see what you're saying. Now, I replace same for same.
Yeah, that's okay. So the roof pitch was the original that your historic house and versus the roof pitch of your addition.
Can you rephrase it again? I'm sorry, I didn't.
Sure.
The roof
What's the
pitch,
roof pitch
yeah.
of your original house and what's the roof pitch of the addition?
It's the whatever you see on the image of slide number 36. It's the same gable roof, I guess it's called.
Right, it's a
And it
gable
is a
roof,
lot
but what's
lower.
the pitch? Do you know the pitch?
No, I don't know what that means.
Slope.
I need you to help me.
Commissioner
Look,
Barth?
Sir, she's talking about the roof slope. She's asking if the roof slope of the addition matches the existing house.
It does. It does. It does match. It's the same pitch as the main house. It does not appear forward heavy, and it's not visible from the street. It is a lot. What should I say? It's pretty much identical from the original.
Okay.
The only difference is it's new. That's all.
Okay, all right, thank you. And then Oh gosh, just one more. So, we talk about not adding additional openings to the historic house. I will say that as one commissioner, because it's so far back on I think it's the right, so yeah, because it's so far back on the right side, I would not, as one commissioner, have a problem with that. I do have a problem with it being vinyl. So there are some great things with what you've done, not the fact that you've done it after the fact or didn't get a permit, but where it's not all bad is what I'm trying to say. So,
Yeah,
thank
thank you.
you.
I appreciate that.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Parati. Commissioner Barth?
I have a quick question about the existing wood siding that you found after removing the asbestos shingles. While you were doing demo work to the rear of the house, I'm just curious, did you find any underlayment such as like felt paper, tar paper, builder's wrap underneath the German wood lap siding?
The problem is the back of the house, whatever was demolished, that did not have asbestos siding. If you look at the slide number 40, you would see that that bedroom, whatever is that to your left, the picture, yeah. There you go. Yeah. So that wall, it was just I don't know what's the material called, but it's just wood, I want to say, or maybe
vertical boards.
Vertical board plywood or some sort. Yes, it was just connected to each other. So that did not have no asbestos covering that. So that was obviously poor, by somebody that's like, I don't know, not even a contractor, probably some handyman, somebody just did it on their own. So there wasn't done that.
Well,
yeah.
The reason I bring this up is because you're stating that you want to replace the siding, or at least would maintain in our discussion here would maintain the original wood siding. I bring this up because I discovered this on my own house, so I speak from experience. Did not find any underlayment or tar paper or anything behind the siding. So I'm curious if you intend to potentially investigate that to make sure that the house is waterproof and flashed properly behind the siding and against the sheathing material.
There is underlayment behind that the siding that's original to the house, that German, yeah, there you go. So whatever you see right now on the picture, there is an underlayment under it, yes.
Okay.
But on that addition side, that the shed looking addition, there was none there. Just that section was missing it.
Okay. And at this point, just to clarify, your intent is to keep the wood siding, what we see in this picture here, keep that wood siding and go back and repair as needed, but keep it as is.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. And then continue that to the addition as well. The addition itself, so wrap around and the whole house will look the same.
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Barr. Any other commissioners have questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation? Commissioner Wojcik?
It looks like, because of the grade of the property where you extended your addition, you are very close to grade and that there won't be much exposure of the foundation wall. Can you confirm kind of what that grade height is now?
I do not have the measurements for you, but I will tell you this. This will have the proper drainage installed, the French drain. That's what we are looking forward to. It will have the pipe running, looping actually going around the house and to the street. That dugout on the picture number 39, where you see the gentleman in a yellow shirt standing. That so that is gonna have the gravel. Well, it's gonna have the French drain installed, right? It's gonna have a pipe. The gravel is gonna be covered, so this will level to the vents.
And, okay, so I do see foundation vents, so you are, okay, so the soil will be below the foundation vent.
Below the vents, absolutely, yes, for the air ventilation, that's necessary, yeah.
Okay, I just couldn't tell from the pictures how steep
It's
the,
kind of hard, yeah, the corner, maybe, the picture were taken or something, maybe you can't really tell here, but yes, absolutely, it will have the proper ventilation, yes.
okay. I was actually more worried about the grade drainage, but thank you.
Yeah, the drainage will have the French drain.
Thank you, Commissioner Wojcik. Any other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation?
I have one.
Commissioner?
How are you going to be screening, well, where's the location of the HVAC? I guess is the first question. Can you explain that?
The location of the HVAC, you can see on the slide number, let me just find the slide. Okay, even on a slide number 22, for example, where you see the windows, you could see the AC unit there on the corner. Yeah, even that. Or yeah, so it's on the side of the house, or what else? I'm just trying to find a better picture, which I do have. I know I do have. I'm sorry, it takes me a minute. A lot of pictures. There you go. Slide number 43. Yeah, this is where the original one sits right now, the existing one, and we're planning to put the new one in the same place, but as a picture for as slide number 44 shows, to screen it with the bushes and the shrubs.
Okay, thank you. We may just require that on the site plan.
Yeah, no, this is how it's gonna go. It's just gonna go in. The unit is gonna go into the existing unit's place, and there is no need to move in it or relocate it. It's just gonna be screened with the bushes.
Just
to
for
make it more-
clarification, we would ask for that to be on the site plan, is what Commissioner Lineberger is mentioning. Any other questions for the applicant? All right,
Go
let's
to the
close.
site plan. I'm trying to find it. I think I have it in the site plans. I don't know if it's, yeah, it is. On the page number 25, where you see the rear elevation, you can see the AC unit there. Well, it's not showing how far back or forward it is. It just shows that it is on the right side elevation. That's there. Yeah. And slide number 22 shows it there as well. Yes, thank you. Slide number 22 shows it.
All right, thank you. Any other
And
questions for the
yeah.
applicant before we close for deliberation? All right, we are now closed for deliberation. All right, commissioners, I do want to go back to what Commissioner Wojcik mentioned. I think if we break this down into categories or pieces, we can get through it because it is a lot to cover. And so from if I recall correctly, you mentioned windows, additions, materials, site work, And then I think the fifth might be, is it doors or trim? Trim? So maybe 6. Foundation and roof, so 7.
No, it's not an original.
So 7, so, all right.
Thank you. Big picture, the overall addition, the idea that he wants to put an addition on the back of an addition. The location of it seems compliant with our standards on the rear. But the combination with that is materials seem to be appropriate with the German lap siding. But the foundation that he's proposing is CMU block, which is not congruous with our standards. So that's kind of a double-edged sword.
There's also though, for the addition, and I think Commissioner Parati was getting at this, how do we differentiate?
There's a note in here that they were going to use a vertical board to separate the old siding from the new siding. I
Okay,
did see that documented,
okay.
which typically I think we usually
Yeah, that's
accept.
fine, but like the thing that it's sitting on.
Yeah, it
is
doesn't match.
Which is kind of sad. So I guess our job is not to decide how they fix it, but to say that it doesn't work.
Right.
Yeah.
So can you approve an addition but disapprove material? I mean, is that a thing?
It's like we're approving the body, but not the feet.
Yeah, exactly.
We can break it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, because however they go back and fix it, if they want to fix the foundation, but keep their plans for everything else the same, at least they know that that will work.
Yeah.
And we've broken it up in pieces before, approval versus continuation or denial.
And then the other element with the addition would be the roof line. I myself think that the gable roof is much better than the original shed roof in keeping the structure congruous, but obviously I want to know what you guys all
I
think.
agree with you, Commissioner Wojcik. It would be nice to include on the site plan the pitches. They look
Yeah.
the same, but it doesn't mean that they are.
My eye is telling me that one's a 4 and one's a 5, but at the end of the day, I don't know if that really that much of a difference for the concept is correct.
There you go with your eyes again. I don't have your eyes.
I know, sorry.
I want the pitch numbers.
So I think that's the bulk, and then we go to trim. I would say trim next would be what I would ask everybody about, but it seems that he is being conscientious in what he's replacing and only what is rotten. And I do think that we could see in those pictures that there was a variation between one side of the house and the other. Visually, one side did look more rotten to me, but that's again what everybody sees. And then windows, we all know that vinyl is not acceptable. And then the door on the rear of the house, he's requesting a metal door be put on there. And I know that we typically ask for wood or something with a clad, but it is on the rear. So that would be another consideration, right?
Yes.
Right, okay. And then we did kind of already talk about the materials. We have the CMU block for the foundation, the German lap siding for the siding, and wood for the trim, and then roofing material in itself, I think, was getting re-roofed, right? Yes, ma'am.
So if I may offer a potential solution for the foundation
Please.
that we've done in the past, smooth coat stucco. And that shows differentiation, and you can just finish off that CMU with a very thin smooth coat stucco.
That's perfect. That's perfect. Thank you, Christy.
And that really does meet our standards because we want differentiation with continuity. So, yeah, okay.
Hey, what about the window that's been added to the historic house? I think that it's perfectly fine. It's further back and we've allowed that before.
Yes, I agree. Anybody? The rhythm of the fenestration seems to flow. That he's going to be replacing the windows the windows that aren't going to be in use will stay in place, which is one of our standards as well. And then the
Wait,
fence.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Commissioner Wojcik, will you say that again? The windows that are not going to be?
It says that if the window is not needed from an interior element, if it's left in place, but then blocked on the inside.
For sure, yeah.
that's acceptable.
Okay, I thought you meant
That's
the windows that they haven't touched can remain what they are, but the windows that they have changed.
That is a good point. We do have existing vinyl windows that are not compliant, but he is not taking those out. So
How do you usually handle that, Christy?
If you're not touching them, you don't have to change them.
All right, but if you have touched
If
them,
you have touched them or if you're adding new openings, then they come into compliance. Because the thought is, vinyl windows have maybe a 20-year lifespan at most. So these are going to need replaced at some point, and then those get updated to match the new openings, right?
perfect.
the last item on my list was the fence, and I have a couple of standards that just say that they can't have a completely private, solid, unbroken elevation. So there's some standards but they did say that they would make the fence compliant with our guidelines.
Yes. They've kind of fallen up on this one.
Yeah, yeah. Does anybody have any thoughts that we didn't discuss or concerns?
You've made a great motion, Commissioner
Okay.
Wojcik.
We do have Commissioner Lineberger.
I was just going to say on the fence, we usually would require that detail. Just something for your motion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or you can send it to staff. We fix this all the time.
Okay.
Yep.
But I do agree, that did sound like a motion with a lot of standards.
I'm good. I got a lot of standards. You ready for this one? So I think that I am going to suggest that we approve it with conditions. Okay. So I would like to approve this application with conditions. Based on the addition for the structure, it is compliant with our standards. And I thought I had a lot of additions. Hold on.
6.2.
6.20 through 6.24.
6.20
through 6.24.
number 6.20
Uh-huh. For additions.
for additions.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's it.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I get it. And the materials, the reuse and continuation of the German lap siding meets our standards. The CMU block does not meet our standards, but we would like for the applicant to work with staff on veneer solutions that would meet our standards. We encourage the use of vertical boards to separate the original siding from any new siding that's placed on the structure. With the trim, we request that the replacement, it only happens on locations where the window trim cannot be repaired, is in a rotten state.
Mike, want me to have the standard of that?
Sorry, yes, ma'am.
4.11.
4.11.
Yes.
And then windows and doors, we request that the replacement windows be, to meet our standards. And we prefer wood windows, not vinyl. We have standards 4.14, number 1, 5, and 6, and number 4, 18, and 19 for window guidelines. And if the applicant could work with staff on approval for final specifications on those windows.
And just 6.18 for materials pertaining to the foundation.
6.18 for
Mhm.
materials.
Number
foundation.
1. Mm-hmm. And for siding, number 2.
And
For trim, number 4.
yes, 4.1, is it, I have 4.11, number 1 and 2.
I have 6.18. It's new construction.
6.18,
Numbers for materials, numbers 1, 2, and 4.
numbers 1, 2, and 4. We request that applicant work with staff on fencing design, with the compliance and with the pergola proposal.
8.6 and 7.
8.6 and 7.
What about the replacement of the non-original rear door?
Door. So would that be in additions or would that be in?
Oh, I'm
That would
just
be in
asking,
additions,
are you
right?
sending that to staff, the replacement of the non-original rear door?
Yeah.
Okay.
To work with you on staff?
Yeah.
The selection for the rear door.
Why don't we, sorry, 6.15.
6.15 to be worked with staff. I think that was
And
everything.
then I think it's number 3.
Number 3.
Mm-hmm. Have we given you a standard or an exception to a standard that speaks to the addition of a window on the historic house?
Thought that I did I thought I did as a rehabilitation in
Okay.
4.14. I thought that covered it, but
Okay. It could be number 4.4, number 6, avoid adding new openings on or changing existing openings on primary elevations. It's further back, so it's not considered.
She used that.
yeah,
Okay.
4.14, number 6.
Okay.
Commissioner Wojcik, did you also include the HVAC?
I did not.
That would be 8.9, number 1.
Per 8.9, number 1, we request that proper screening be replaced around the HVAC system.
And do we need an updated site plan sent to staff when this is submitted? Updated site plan to reflect the screening, the HVAC location.
We request updated plans to be submitted to staff for final approval.
All right, we have a robust motion on the floor by Commissioner Wojcik. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Parati. Any discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Motion to approve with conditions passes 10-0. Thank you.
How do we feel like taking an 11-minute break until 4 o'clock? Yes, okay. We'll be back at 4 with case number 6. Angie, are you with us? Hi, Angie. Can we get some video?
Start my video. Here we go.
Angie, have you been sworn in?
I have.
Thank you. Okay, everyone ready? There, you ready? Okay, this next application is a continuation from the September 13th meeting. This is 2310 Charlotte Drive, and the applicant was asked to restudy the addition on the main house. If the commission will recall, the accessory structure was approved at the last meeting. So Angie, I am taking you down to slide. Would you like a plan or an elevation? Would you like slide 10 or slide 12?
Let's go straight for slide 12.
Okay, great.
So thank you very much. And I do have, the owner is online as well. She might not speak, but Ann Williams should have called in or dialed in as well. So she's there. So thank you very much. Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28208. Okay, so starting with the request from commission last time was to study the roof and to simplify the roof structure with some of the details of the front facing gables. And Commissioner Wojcik, I believe, had thrown the idea of possibly continuing the main ridge, which actually turned out to be a good idea. So I do want to point out one small thing on slide 12, where the drawings are placed on the sheet. They're not really aligned, but they should be. So it's not like one is higher than the other. They were just placed on the page slightly off skew. So the house is the same height. It was just placed differently. So having said that, so we did take your comments into consideration. We did simplify the main ridge, which we didn't think we were able to do at the time because we didn't want to lose some of the footprint space that that we could accommodate by the type of dormer that we were adding. So slide 12 on the bottom right-hand side, you can see how the dormer changed. So the ridge line is continuous. And now we just have a front-facing gable instead of an engaged gable on a shed roof, which I believe Commissioner Godwin said that we needed some examples of. So we did provide some examples of that style of roof. However, we opted to simplify the roof and extend the main ridge left to right. Slide 13, if you will. So slide 13, you could see the very simplified front dormer. It is not engaged into a shed, creating a drip. And so just to the right of the chimney on slide 13, you'll see that the dormer got a little taller. However, it does simplify the transition. In doing this, we also moved in some of the trim and the details of the windows. So where there were two single windows on the bottom, just slightly down to the right of that, Christy, there were two smaller single windows that were separated. We did make some revisions to the floor plans that allowed us to move that trim board in and change the fenestration on the right-hand side. So there is plenty of space for trim, flashing details, roof. So that was the revision of that. So it does look a little smaller. It makes the back a little bit heavier, which is fine. And you could see where the boxing eave ends in the middle of the elevation as to where it was before. So to the right of that, yeah, exactly, right there. So you could see that before it ended just to the right of that small window. Now it extended, and we raised that section up a little bit. So simplified the roof. Great suggestions on that. It didn't really impact too much of the inside. We made some concessions, but it's the exterior that that you're looking for. The examples that you had asked, I think slide 14, there's no changes. Slide 15, there were no changes. So we can kind of flip through those very quickly. Floor plan wise, if you go to slide 19, you'll see that we clipped the inside corner of that closet, the bedroom. It really did not create any problems. The chimney, as you know, was incorrectly drawn previously, so we did correct that, and the roof does go in front of the chimney. So you asked for some examples. Slide 23, if you can zoom in on that, Christy. So this was one that was almost an identical feature of what we were trying to do. You could see the continuous ridge, a variety of dormer styles on this house. This is 701 Romney. I had it incorrectly stated at 711, but 701 Romney, very similar features. You have prominent front-facing gables, and then you have the addition, as you can see in the arrow in the bottom left of slide 23. The next slide, slide 24, you had asked for other samples of gabled dormers on shed roofs. And this was really just to point out that it does happen. Well, it's not an obvious, it does occur. It occurs in many different forms. So at even on front porches. So you have a front porch gable that engages with a shed roof. And it was just to give you guys an example of something very common as a detail. Really, that's it, other than the pork chop roofs that I believe in the last meeting, you said that it could be an acceptable element because of the wording in the standards that says it should, not that it shall. And just wanted to see if that was still on the table for everyone to accept, because the entire house has that detail, and it would look odd. It would look out of place if we didn't have continuity. So, and slide 25 is just, again, other examples of dormers, and these are just Tudor style homes that had unique roofs, and they are not in Charlotte, just for reference only. So I believe that is it. There was no other comments other than the windows and doors until we kind of hone in on a more of a permit package. We can get back with staff on a door manufacturer, window manufacturers, but they would absolutely meet the guidelines. There's wood windows in the house now. Go back with wood windows, just not sure of the MFG at this point. And if there's any other minor details that we can resolve with staff, would be greatly appreciated.
Note for the record, Commissioner Taylor recused. And we still have our same caller. So, caller, have you called in about 2310 Charlotte Drive? Okay. Over to you.
Thank you. Hi, Angie. Thank you for the presentation. I'm not sure how the other commissioners feel about the pork chop eaves. Thank you for pointing out the should versus shall. However, I think similar to the position that we've taken, when you touch something or with something is new, we want to bring it more into compliance versus not. So that's probably something we'll talk about. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
I just have a comment. I think even though, Angie, thank you for providing examples of gable shed marriages with the dormers. I love this. I love that you took Commissioner Wojcik's suggestions and simplified the front elevation. I think out of everything, that was my biggest hangup. And so thank you for addressing that.
Well, thank you. And honestly, doing these Google drive-bys and seeing some of the other homes, that one on Romney Road just hit home. I'm like, that's it. Like, that was the aha moment that truly, truly was it. I'm like, that's
It's
it.
nice to have inspiration in your art.
So,
Commissioner Wojcik.
Thank you, Angie. So I have to ask Candy, did you get that documented in the minutes? Will I be able to read that again? Thank you so much.
you are welcome. And we, certainly appreciate the feedback and the comments. So it looks like it's supposed to look. So that's pretty much it.
And that's a beautiful example of the collaboration that happens when you guys bring cases before the commission. We're here to partner and to get it done. So thank you for that, Angie, and thank you, Commissioner Wojcik. Any other questions for the applicant? All right, well, let's go ahead and close for deliberation. Just looking at the reasons that this was continued, it looks like the simplification was met for the roof, for the addition. And then the examples that we asked for were provided by Angie. And so I think there are a couple of items that they probably could work with staff on. Any other discussion points that you guys want?
Those pork chop eaves, Commissioner Goodwin is not here. And Commissioner Goodwin was the one who let a little light in, a little ray of hope that we could keep pork chop eaves. But to your point, we just talked about once you touch something, then it has to come into compliance. I'm curious to hear what other commissioners think about that pork chop eaves situation.
Can I add to that? The pork chop eaves.
Right now we're closed, Angie.
Do you mind if we open up to ask her what, I know you brought it up, but I'd love to hear what she has to say.
Sure, let's reopen. Go ahead, Angie.
So really the pork chop eaves were for the back and for the shed roofs. So if you go to the rear or the side elevations, Christy, on slide 13, you can see that, and even in some of the photos of the original house, there was the two shed roofs on the back that were going to be side by side is really where we wanted to kind of make that point. If we need to change something on the front or just the trim on the right-hand side elevation, I'm fine with that. It's really on the back where we have some original photos and you could see they'd be side by side. It would just look like, who missed it? The person who did it before or the person who's doing it now? And so that, if again, some of the original photos of the back of the house, you could see, that would be the only thing. It's really for some specific locations. Right there, it's bottom of slide number 6. So I just point that out. If you can maybe separate some decision.
All right, thank you, Angie. Now,
You're
looks
welcome.
like Commissioner Wojcik has a question.
Well, I just wanted to ask, it was only that additional roof shed over the doors that we're talking about being new versus old, correct, Angie? Because all the other trim work stays the way that it is.
That is correct. So that's the only roof, the main roof, other than the front, which we can modify the front to not have pork chops, but in the back is really the nudge, like the
Front elevation doesn't have a horizontal soffit. It looks like it's an angled soffit. The drawings.
The front elevation?
Oh, the front elevation.
Is that what you asked me? I'm sorry.
Sorry, on the picture, on the drawings, it looked like it had an angled soffit line, not a horizontal soffit. So it didn't look like you'd have any pork chop eaves
Not
on
on
that.
the front, it was on the back,
Okay.
if that's okay.
Okay. Any other questions while we're still open? Okay, we'll reclose now for deliberation. So yeah, back to the pork chop eaves, considering what Angie just shared. I think the ones on the back, of course, I mean, nobody's gonna see them. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with leaning into the shall. But anything else, if you touch anything else on any other elevation, particularly in the primary elevation, I think it should not be pork chop eve, but I think we don't have that to be the case here. Any other items? What else do we have? Windows and door specifications. Is it okay if Angie works with you guys, staff?
Always.
Okay. All right, so we'll want to make sure we mention that in our decision. Anything else? Do we have a motion perhaps?
I'm ready to make a motion.
Okay.
I move that we approve this application as it meets the standards for Chapter 6, new construction. And that the applicant work with staff on the window and door specifications. I would also like to add that we have not addressed pork chop eaves that were a pre-existing condition to the property per 6.14, number 3.
You allowing it on that shed roof over the French doors on the rear elevation.
And that given the fact that this is in the private realm of the property, and to keep some semblance of uniformity, we are allowing the rear elevation to keep the pork chop eaves.
All right, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Parati. Do we have a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion on the motion? All right, hearing none, let's vote. Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Walker? Commissioner Parati?
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat?
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins? Yes. Motion to approve with conditions passes 9-0.
Thanks, Angie.
Thanks, Angie.
We'll see you again in a bit. Our next applicants are in the room. Come on up. And this is 421 North Poplar. The majority of this project was approved at the last meeting, and only the one-story building was continued for a little more detail, drawings and specifications for the front porch gable, rear trellis, the flooring, porch ceiling, and railings. The applicants have been sworn in. And so at this point, I'm going to turn the presentation over to the applicants. If you would both state your name and your addresses for the court reporter. And Joe, if you would spell your last name for the court reporter, please. Thanks.
And just before you start, let the record show Commissioner Taylor has returned.
Thank you.
Afternoon. My name's Matt Majors with Axiom Architecture, 333 West Trade Street, Charlotte.
And I'm Joseph Corradini, Coradini, also from Axiom.
It looks like the new elevations are on slide 9. Yep, sure. What slide would you like me to go to?
The last 3 on the update.
The last 3. I took out anything that was repetitive because we automatically add that. So there's your last slide. 15, okay. There you go.
So this is just representing some additional detail and flavor on what we had discussed last time. As Christy said, the majority of the 3 primary buildings being reskinned and renovated was covered well last month. So the drawings you see today is just a better representation of the front porch and entry extension, as well as a front and a rear patio that we had described but didn't have fully visualized last time, that both have a similar trellis feature over the top of it. So they're open air. There was some discussion last time of possible flat roof. We worked through that further with our client. That is not going to be a solid roof. It's a trellis front and back, so they will behave both very similarly. And we're introducing some metal railing, some posts, and trellis and beam pieces associated. I think the 3D model representations probably give you the best visuals. Unless there's really anything else, Joe, you can think of, I would just be open to any questions on details.
All right. Anyone for or against?
Hello, if you have called in to the Historic District Commission meeting, can you please let us know if
Thank
you're
you.
calling about 421 North Poplar? Okay, I'll take that as a no.
All right, thank you. Well, thank you guys for the resubmission. It looks like you provided what we asked for. So commissioners, any questions for the applicants? That's usually a good sign. Okay. Oh,
I'll
cool.
make a comment. I think this is a huge improvement for that area, and I would move to approve this application. Based on our standards, 6.17, numbers 2, 3, and 7, porches, and our design standards for new construction for building materials, 6.18, and 6.20 through 6.24.
Just confirming we're closed for deliberation.
Yes, we're closed for deliberation.
Okay, thanks.
All right, well, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Whitlock. Do we have a second?
A second.
And a second by Commissioner Wojcik. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, hearing none, let's vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Vote to approve passes 10-0. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Hi.
I sat here a lot longer than it took.
Could we have cake?
We can have cake. Would we like to maybe get through? We just
One more?
had a break. Let's
Yeah.
get through one more and then maybe
And then we'll have cake?
have cake.
Okay.
Okay. Our next application is 1623 Madison Avenue, and I believe Kenneth is with us. Hi, Kenneth. Kenneth, have you been sworn in? Okay, we'll do that first. And I think Kwame is on too. Kwame, hello, welcome. Have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay, we'll do, that's next.
All right, and let the record show Commissioner Bell has recused for this case. All right. If, please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
This application is for new construction at 1623 Madison Avenue in McCrory Heights. Currently, the lot, it's a vacant lot. And the plans start on slide 7. There is some additional information the applicant has provided in the agenda supplement, starting on slide 25. So slide 26, they show the location of the new structure and then the setbacks of all the adjoining structures and then some key width. So there's a width shown down here on the block behind, and then right beside at the one end, and then over here. And then there's an additional streetscape showing Creek Street. This is the full one. And then just zoomed in on page 28 and 29. And then some additional information about the siting of HVAC and front walkway, and an additional measurement about the foundation. There's also a tree protection plan on slide 32 of the agenda supplement. So we can always come back to this, but I wanted to point out all of those first. And then the plans themselves start on slide 8. So with that, I'm going to turn the floor over to Kenneth. Kenneth, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please, and just hit the button so it turns green. You don't have to keep it held down, just press it once. There you go. And I'll scroll through the slides for you. You just let me know where you'd like me to go.
Okay. My name is Kenneth Carnegie. I'm with CSE Engineering Consultants. My address, well, I'll spell Carnegie, Kornegay. My address is 8511 Davis Lake Parkway, Suite C6-200, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28269.
And maybe we should get Kwame. Would you also state your name and your address for the court reporter so we can?
Sure. I'm Wayne Kwame Alexander. My address is 6018 South Regal Lane, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28210.
Great, thank you so much.
And if we could start with, I guess it's slide 8, sheet C10, site plan. Yeah. So basically, what we have is we have a 0.4 acre property that we intend to build a single family home. The address is 1623 Madison Avenue. It's in the McCrory Heights Historic District. We have about 114 linear feet of street frontage, and currently the property is a vacant lot. There was a home on the lot that was torn down, and that permit to demolish that home was issued before McCrory Heights became a historic district. The home is, I guess we should go to slide 11. Should be the north elevation, sheet 1.0. Yeah, the home style is somewhat of a colonial style home with a few modern additions to make it look a little bit more updated. It's going to be a brick home, and we have a few small fiber cement type accents and some composite trim accents. The house is roughly 27 feet 6 inches tall, which is slightly higher than the tallest home in the neighborhood, but that's because we've got more of a modern roof slope than the homes in the neighborhood currently. Most homes that were built back in the 50s and 60s had a very flat roof slope. If you go to, I guess, slide 12, which would be the east elevation. This elevation is fronting on Creek Street. And this elevation is similar to the other, and that is the colonial style, of course, in that we provide brick veneer, and we've got some elements like a brick water table along the bottom of the property, along the bottom of the home, to give it a little bit of a break of the brick veneer. We offer some soldier course across the top of the windows, and we have a little bit of a fiber cement accent on this side also to tie that into the front side. It's pretty straightforward, single family home, nothing out of ordinary about it. You have any questions?
Absolutely.
I cannot hear, sorry.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah, when you turn towards, if you could just bring the microphone closer to you, that would be great. All right.
Just the west elevation, the right, and then here's the rear elevation. This is an interior courtyard. The Zotwall streetscape is on slide 15. So this is sort of a blown up just of the houses on either side. This is across the street of Madison. This is the house that Kenneth was talking about as being like the tallest house. I think they're 27 something.
That's 1612 Madison.
There you go. Thank you.
Sure.
And then here it is with the composite, with the new proposed structure on the block, on the entire block of Madison, from Andrel Terrace to Clifton Street. And then, like we pointed out in the supplement, the side elevation is shown on slide 27 of the supplement. And then there are just some kind of overall dimensions. A roof plan on slide 18, showing kind of that courtyard. And then some detailed drawings with window details, beam column details, and a section through the frag. And then on slide 10, just to make everyone familiar, these are, we saw the picture, we saw the outline of the houses on the Zotwall survey of what the houses look like, but here's what they actually look like, the houses surrounding. So you have really long ranch style houses across the street next door.
Yeah, our house is about 89 feet wide. Excuse my voice, I've been sick. Our house is about 89 feet wide. The house on the 1633 is roughly 85 feet wide, which is pretty similar in length. And the house across the street is about 80 feet wide.
And that's also shown on supplement slide 26. So it's showing the width and then the setback. So 85, 87, and then there's 83 down the street, 84 and a half behind, 75 behind. So just to give everyone an idea of some of the dimensions here.
Okay. All right.
We only have the same caller.
Okay.
I'm going to ask again.
All right.
Hello, if you've called into the Historic District Commission meeting, can you please let us know if you're calling about 1623 Madison Avenue? Hearing nothing, I turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
All right. Well, first of all, as one commissioner, I want to say thank you for this application. It was very thoughtful, considering the neighborhood, to provide this single-story, single-family home as in addition to historic McCrory Heights. Really appreciate that. I will say very close. In my opinion, this is as just one commissioner, we'll probably talk a little bit about the height and width of the property in context of the street. I do have one question around context of the 3-car garage. Is there any context for that in the neighborhood or in the immediate 360 surroundings of the property, of the site?
I don't think there's a 3-car garage in the neighborhood.
Okay. So we'll probably talk a little bit about that as well. But again, really thoughtful first submission, and we appreciate that in our newest historic district. Other commissioners, any questions for the applicant?
I want to make a statement and then I have some questions. So when we're reviewing new construction, we review it not to be exactly like the homes that are currently there, but we review it knowing that this too will become historic one day. And when we're looking at homes, we're looking at not only the age of the home, right? We're looking at the style of the home, but we're also looking at who stayed there. And I think that it is very exciting to have someone who has served our community submitting an application. I haven't seen Joe Bruno at any of our other meetings. So thank you for coming here and shedding light on what we do as a commission. Contextually, it has to blend in while also being clearly something that is new. And so when I'm looking high level, starting out setbacks, the setback for this house is a lot more shallow than its neighboring properties. Could you speak to that, please?
Well, the reason we have a closer setback because we got a larger house more than anything else. That setback is within, the guidelines of the zoning department. And even though it may be, forward of the other homes in the area, I think the fact that we have a larger house, we have a porch that's going to be 7 feet
We're gonna
wide.
do that.
Yeah, a large porch. So that porch taken in consideration to adding to the setback, it would be a little bit more in line with the house next door. Well, excuse me, the house across the street at 35 feet and 28 feet to the front thermal wall of the house. So we're trying to fit a bigger house. We're a more modern house. We're trying to take advantage of the double lot that we have compared to some of the other lots in the neighborhood that are half the size of ours. So,
Sure. And again, this is a wonderful education for anyone who's submitting an application later. Our standard 6.5, number 1, relate the setback of any new construction and additions to the setback of the existing historic buildings in the immediate surroundings of the proposed new construction. So that is something that we look at. And by the way, we look at things holistically. So we're not just looking at the setback. To your point, we're looking at the setback relative to the height, relative to the width. And that leads me to the next one. Orientation, it fits with orientation. Spacing, it appears to be, spacing seems to be on point there. Massing and complexity of form, as well as height and width. So we have a house that's larger than any of the other houses. The height and width of a new building must be compatible with historic buildings within a 360-degree range of visibility of the new building. So not only is this house larger than any of the historic houses, it's also wider than any of the historic houses that are there. So the house that you pointed out as being one of the largest, I think, along that streetscape is also, by comparison, quite slim. It's not as wide. And then the house that is wider that you point out is also quite shorter than the tallest house. We have a house here that's both taller and wider, which means that the massing is going to be something that will definitely come up. And these are all addressed by our guidelines, by our standards. So I know that we're going to talk about that. Here's a chance, Kim, for you to talk about it now.
Well, as far as the intent was, we'd present the house that we wanted. And if we needed to scale back to make it meet the guidelines, we do that.
Okay.
And so
All right.
that's clearly what we've done.
Okay, thank you, sir. So then, having said that, those are high-level things. I'll just hang back and let some of the other commissioners talk now.
Any other questions for the applicant, commissioners? Commissioner Lineberger?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask about the foundation height, how you arrived at that.
Well, code requires that we have a clear 18 inches between grade and the bottom of any wood framing. So that's 18 inches. We normally specify around 20 inches just because we've got to get people under there to maintain things. That's what we've found in the past works better than 18 inches. And then when you consider the flooring system, it could be anywhere from 10 inches to a foot, depending on what the flooring system is made of. So at that point, you've got 20 inches plus 12 inches, that's 32 inches.
So your foundation height is, I think I saw somewhere, maybe it was in the supplement, was it 2'9"?
2'8", which is 32 inches.
There it is.
That's the top of the floor, just top of the finished floor.
Okay.
20 inches clear, at 10 inches to a foot for the wood framing.
I just think that, well, I know we'll be discussing that. I think that that's part of what may be affecting your overall.
Well, no, it's the roof slope. We've got a 712 roof pitch. And the reason for that is because most modern homes have a higher roof pitch. And also you have to have some sort of scale between the roof and the house to give the house some character. So that's what we have. I mean, if we flatten the roof pitch out, we could get closer to the 23 foot 6 inches. That's available for us to do. But once again, we want to have the house look a certain way. And in order to do that, we need to have a steeper roof pitch.
Question about the foundation, and our architects and builders, please correct me if I'm wrong, but is it possible to not have a crawl space since this is a new construction? Is it possible to do a slab?
You can do a slab, but
Would that help with any of this height discussion?
well, I think we'd much prefer to flatten the roof out than to not have, to build on a slab. There are some big drawbacks to building on a slab compared to building on a crawl space.
Okay.
Also, building on a crawl space adds to the value of your home a lot more than building on a slab would.
All right, thank you. Other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation?
I have just a quick comment and more to the benefit of the applicant. I think, I appreciate the symmetry of this design. I appreciate some of the nods that you've done to the neighborhood. I think it's beautiful. I won't elaborate too much more on what Commissioner Parati has said because I think it was stated quite perfectly. I think that we probably would want to see the roof brought down just a little bit, and some of the scale and height and width elements implemented into that. And it sounds like you're open to lowering the roof pitch to achieving that.
Yes.
It sounds like we're probably going to be, not to jump ahead, but we're probably going to be requesting some analysis on some of those features that Commissioner Parati looked into. And to you, sir, I just suggest that we, while piggybacking on that beautiful symmetrical form that you have, you might look at some different roof forms that might be able to, again, pull the roof down while keeping that symmetry.
Well, I think if I could speak, yeah, we've looked at other pitches on the roof, and if we bring it down to a 512 pitch instead of a 712, we can get down to 23 feet, 10 inches. So we're right in line with the 23 feet, 6 inches on the home across the street. Well, a little bit across the street from us.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? All right, let's close for deliberation. All right, so commissioners, we named quite a few things. Commissioner Parati, thank you for reiterating the standards because it is an educational opportunity for everyone listening in. So thoughts?
Well, so to Ken's point, let's start here and then do what we do as a commission with applicants, collaborate to get to something that is, nods to the history of the area, pays homage to the history of the area, and nods to the future, like this is where we are now, but also fits within the context of the community, right? Within the context of the streetscape. And so I think we should do what we typically do, which is start high level and not look at the details, because once the high level things change, the details will follow, right? So as far as setbacks go, we're currently too close to the curb relative to the rest of the properties. Our house is too high and it's too wide. And I think it's important to note that if we bring the house down, we also, again, need to look holistically at the home. It's not just about bringing the house down, it's about bringing the house down, bringing it in even. And I know that this is a larger lot and it's a corner lot. And so we're mindful of that. But with it, the setback being more shallow, the house being taller and wider, the massing is not working right now. All of those things are not working right now. So I think that we need to take a look at those things before we then start getting into, foundations, roof forms, because it's going to change, cornices and trim, doors and windows, all of the things, a 3-car garage, right? The fact that the porch is 7 feet and almost 40 feet wide when homes of that style had a stoop. These are things that we can talk about later, but I think that we should start with the high level things.
I'm in agreement with that. Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes, to piggyback on Commissioner Parati, when I first started reviewing this and I went to since this is our first application for McQuarrie Heights, I went to the McQuarrie Heights page 3.9. And that footprint, that site plan of the neighborhood that shows the setback and the rhythm of the houses and where they are on the lots where they were sited originally, that is a very consistent setback line. If you look along Madison Avenue, and this coming that much more forward, I think it speaks to the context and the rhythm of the street. When you're driving down the street, all of a sudden you have everything about the same, with the same setback, and then you have one that bumps out dramatically from the others. And I just think it's just important to note that when you look at the context of the neighborhood itself and how things were sited originally.
Completely agree. Thank you, Commissioner Lineberger. Other comments from commissioners? I think the approach, Commissioner Parati, that you mentioned, starting very high level with things like height, width, scale, massing, is probably where we do need to start. And then kind of go from there.
So with that being the case, let's say we start with context and we go as far as scale. Yeah, as far as scale. What do you all think about that?
Sounds great.
Yep.
Yeah. So if I were to make a motion, I'd say that we are continuing this to restudy the way this property sits within context of the streetscape of Madison, and that a restudy of the setback for standard 6.5, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4 should be reviewed. We can skip spacing because I think that that works. Orientation definitely works. Massing and complexity of form needs a restudy, 6.8. Number 1. Number 2. Number 5. Number 6. Height and width, standard 6.9. Number 1. Number 2. Number 3. Scale, standard 6.10. What do you all think about scale? I think with the size and the, how close it is to the curb, I think scale is a big deal. But I'm curious to hear what you all think.
Number 4.
Number 4, so 6.10, number 4,
Number 1.
and number 1. Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Wojcik. Let's see here. Okay, so those, and then I'll go on to say that we have not reviewed the rest of our standards relative to this application because we feel like once those high level standards are addressed, then other things will change.
Commissioner Parati, could you maybe speak a little more for the applicant's benefit about the importance of the Zotwall survey and how that's used in terms of like context, height and width? scale?
Sure. Okay, so the Zatwell survey, it would be helpful as it relates to the Zatwell survey. It would be helpful for us to have an idea of the height of everything, the width of everything, the spacing laid out, because it gives us an idea of the rhythm. It gives us an idea of the continuity between one house to the next. And we not only want that for the Madison Street elevation, but we love it for the Creek Street elevation as well. Because with this being a corner lot, it has 2 primary elevations that we'll be studying.
And maybe explaining that you use it because you look for how the eave lines, the foundation height.
In fact, I can tell you, but we've already put it in, it's here. Just a moment, let's see if I can find it because then it's already stated really well. If someone can beat me to it, it would be very helpful.
Height and width, 6.9.
Let's see.
Oh, yeah.
Where is it?
6.9.
6.9. Okay, so yes, if you, and if you look at 6.9, we're looking at eave lines, we're looking at roof lines, we're looking at foundation lines. There should be a rhythm. And one of the things that makes this neighborhood so incredibly beautiful is that that rhythm is pretty strong. And so, me and my analogies, it's like if Gladys Knight was singing and the pips were behind her and one of the pips was out of whack, then it would feel really, really wrong. So we have a we have a rhythm here that we don't want to step outside of. And I think that you can definitely bring a different flavor to it while still maintaining that same rhythm. Does that make sense?
Well, I understand what you're saying.
I'm sorry, I asked you a question and I forgot that we were closed. I apologize.
Want to reopen?
We can reopen.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that the information I'm putting out is being understood.
I understand what you're saying.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, we'll reclose.
May I have
And-
a question? Oh, go ahead. Yes, ma'am.
And one of my favorites, SHPO, the SHPO, Secretary of Interior Standards, 2.5, there are 10 of them. And they're all incredibly helpful when creating new construction that brings a different flavor while at the same time not breaking up what's happening currently in the neighborhood, not breaking up what's happening along that streetscape.
An emotion.
It sounded like one, but can I ask a question?
Yes.
And I want to get back to something Commissioner Burr said. Just for the applicant's benefit, you said there might be some further analysis needed, and you were alluding to maybe talking more about that during our discussion, maybe on like roof form, I think you mentioned. And then there's also a mention of the 3-car garage. So I didn't know if you wanted to, since we're asking for restudies, like comprehensive, ask them to bring back all relevant information?
I think one of the things that I said is that once all of these other big things are handled, I think those things will follow. But it's helpful to state it, I guess, just for the record.
I don't know how to articulate this without designing it, because I know that's not our mission. But my comment was that I think there are several things, I understand that the applicant would like to do a slightly different type of home, more of a modern home on this lot. But I think, for the benefit of the applicant, there are some roof changes that speak to some of the points that Commissioner Parati brought up that you could use to your benefit, and playing off the symmetry and the architectural style that you're going for, that can begin to minimize some of those things that we have concerns over. And I know I'm being incredibly cryptic here. And then, to Christie's point about the garage, we do like to see those things. Typically garages are a little more hidden. Now, this being a mid-century neighborhood, there may be some leeway with that, but again, we would have to look to the historic examples that we see around there.
Yeah, because there are a few houses with garages. There are 2 bay garages. I combed the neighborhood and I didn't see anything that has a 3-car garage. Many more of them, including the home that was there prior to this, they have a carport, which is obviously in keeping with the style of many of the homes there too.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes, I'm wondering if we could just add the preamble to 6, new construction for residential buildings to your motion, specifically, and I just think this is a really important line for the applicant to go back to, which says the goal for creating a new building within a historic district should be to fit in and not stand out. The design of a new home or multifamily building should respect and not compete with its historic neighbors, because preservation of the distinctive character of the district is the overarching goal. So it's back to, that speaks to what Commissioner Parati was saying about, we really look at the high level items first and the scale and the massing. And it just, I think that that also speaks to the garage that we're speaking about and that we've mentioned. I also came to the neighborhood and I saw no 3-car garage, but also when I see a 3-car garage on any home anywhere, it's of a larger scale to the house has to be a really grand scale to justify a 3-car garage as well. So I just think it speaks to, that goes hand in hand with the scale and the massing of the house too, not only a context of the neighborhood.
And that's on page 6.1. I started to make a motion. Could I just call that a motion, what I said? Because if so, that's a friendly amendment that I'd like to accept.
Do you have it, Candy? Okay.
Yeah, I do believe it was a motion.
Okay.
All right, so we
And
do,
did you add, you mentioned the Secretary of Interior.
I did, yes,
Okay.
always.
all right, so we do have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Parati. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Barth. Any question or discussion on the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Motion to continue passes 9-0. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You. I heard a cake break, or can we get through 10? Please?
Fine.
Okay, thanks. I think Dawn's back. Hi, Dawn. Have you been sworn in? Jeff, Dawn? No, okay. Well, as you're walking, our chair will start swearing you in.
All right, please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you.
All right, well, have a seat, gentlemen, and you just hit the button once to turn it green. I will start us off and then turn it over to you. So, very exciting. We saw an iteration of this about a year ago. This is the Leaper Wyatt store. It is located on South Boulevard. It is a local historic landmark. And that area of South Boulevard where this building is located in Tiber Creek is under redevelopment. And it's under new ownership. And they're seeking to relocate the building from South Boulevard, which is not in the Dilworth district, a block into the district. Originally, you'll remember they were thinking about setting it at 300 East Worthington. Now it's a slightly different location. We're looking at 1823 Cleveland. So to give you some perspective, the building is, right over here. And they want to move it to Cleveland right here. This is the former Bonterra restaurant, and this is the parking lot of Bonterra. And they're seeking to relocate it. And while doing so, it'll face Cleveland and add an addition to the rear to provide egress, which is needed for like fire codes and all that. And then also add a rooftop addition. With that, I'm going to turn it over to the experts to talk about the project in more detail. But I have you started out on pictures of the building in question that they're seeking to relocate. So if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, and if you would both spell your last names for the court reporter, please.
Donald Peadon, Peadon, 15831 Trenton Place Road, Huntersville, North Carolina, 28078.
Jeff Tony Dandel. My last name is Tonidandel, and I'm at 1712 Winthrop Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203.
Get started.
Okay,
Oh, thank you.
we'll just go slide to slide and just say next. I don't have it. I don't think I can do it from here. The first slide is showing the existing building as it sits today. The first front view shows how it fronts on South Boulevard, and you can see the sides. So it does have a basement level, which we intend to recreate, but the basement level right now basically sits above grade. The original use of the building was a grocery store, so I believe that at one point that was the loading area, and there was probably storage in the basement for it. The way that the building looks now, we intend to keep basically as it is. So to move the building, if anything, it would be to repair any of the windows, any of the brick. We intend to remove this awning, which we think was added much later, and re-expose the storefront as it stands today in the new location. But once it's moved to the new location, basically the entire basement level will be a basement. So it will, at that point, from all sides, be the existing two-story building with the addition that we'll talk about going on the top. Next slide. This basically just shows it, within the context of the rest of the neighborhood. You can see the middle 1829 Cleveland is the building next to it. That's the church that we're currently renovating now. The building is going into the parking lot, like Christy mentioned. So there'll be a site plan in a minute, but it's essentially taking over that site plan, and we've pushed the building to the setback line that the church is at now. So it maintains that front setback. Next slide. So currently, I want to make sure you can hear me. You can see the two buildings lining up. You've got the existing church, Bonterra Restaurant, which will soon be Alleluia Hall. Those two things line up. The base of the building, other than the stair added to the back, which is for egress, which I think is it's just under 600 square feet, the footprint of that. And it is also going to the ground to the basement. But the entry to the main building off of the road, off of the front, we're trying to match as closely as we can the existing stairs that are there now. So essentially that building is raised from the sidewalk level, I believe about 3 to 4 feet, which is where the main level of the building, ground level of the building will start. And I can come back and answer questions on the site plan, but you can see we have loading for the dumpster around the back, and there's some handicap parking and parallel parking on the side. Next slide. Okay, so the top elevations are essentially the same elevations you were seeing in the pictures, but in this case, we're adding a rooftop addition. Now, the idea behind this rooftop is more of a solarium idea, so it would be more of a kind of a full glass enclosure. The back of the building, which is, I suppose, easier to see in the bottom, that back portion would be the stair addition. The idea of the stair addition is to match almost exactly the architecture of the building as it stands now. But in order to get it to meet the requirements of exiting from that rooftop level, we've added one story, but we would copy to a T the best we can the windows, all the fenestration, the brick detailing, the brick itself, and the mortar joints. What you see to the right is essentially a steel and glass structure, and that is basically glass roof, glass walls with basically steel inset. So it's essentially a steel frame, much like they did in the solariums kind of back in the early 1900s, late 1800s. And it would be skylights for the roof, and we essentially do have some specifications for what we're trying to do is thin line as close as we can to ironwork for the mullion and fenestration details for the windows itself. But this is intended to be fully glass. The main portion of the interior space is set back from the face of the building to try to minimize the kind of height and the addition that, as it feels from the streetscape. I think she's going to it now, but yeah, so you can see how this steps back. We do have some diagrams showing how that thing sets back and how it changes the scale potentially from the street. One reason that this piece is raised as much as it is, if you look at where the roof line, it has a pretty heavy pitch from the front to the back. These old buildings used these kind of box frame truss systems that came back through, and it put a heavy pitch from front to back. So we had to kind of match for the floor system at its highest point all the way to the front. So it sort of forced us up a little bit. We were trying to keep the scale of this thing down as much as possible and as far back from the street as possible uh, to maintain that scale of the front of the building. The elevation to the right is kind of showing how that stair works at the back. From the side, I think it fits in pretty well with the building. From the back, that roof pitch that you see on the one side is kind of matching these two roof pitches that happen on either side of the glass roof in this scenario. Next slide. This is essentially showing it within its scale to the rest of the street. The building right now with the addition is, I believe it's 42 feet plus or minus. Yeah, the peak of that roof on the solarium portion is 42 feet, which is pretty far below what the spire or cupola is on the church itself. But much of the surroundings right now, it's all empty lots. But if you go through to the down the street of Cleveland, they're all sitting just below 40 or above 40. That's what these drawings are trying to show. These are some examples put in.
Don, I just added in
Mhm.
to show the new building that was approved.
Okay, yeah, great.
Which is right here, and it's showing up here is what's currently there, so.
What's the height listed on that one, Christy?
It is 45.3.
45.3. So we're just below the height of the latest building approved there.
And then across this, I also put in the across the street
Mhm.
that you were talking about, like, some of the vacant lots that are now used for parking.
Right. This is the general layout floor plans of each level. The far left would be the basement level, so this would all be subgrade, and then we start at grade level. For exiting on the building, the future use of this will likely be like an A2 restaurant, some sort of assembly use. And we're recreating what we believe to be kind of the original stairways in the building, which is what you see to the right. The stair built off the back by code would have to be completely rated. So that's why it's more of this separated piece with it that's kind of fully enclosed, at least 10 feet back to where we could finally get the windows back into it to get it to tie into the existing architecture. These are some examples of projects we think, fit the sort of the spirit of what we're trying to do here. Obviously, you're looking at some very old solarium / greenhouse type structures that were happening back in the time to which this was built. But I think most importantly, like the foundation of the Carolinas, or you even see in 229 North Church Street, there are examples of this type of thing happening where they're kind of maintaining the scale and they're maintaining sort of the purity of the existing historic building while in some ways doing something a little dramatically different on the top, using the step backs as well, which to me is, I guess, again, holding the spirit of that existing building, which is, I think, what we're trying to accomplish. And I really think that the foundation of the Carolinas is a really good example of it.
And I think the foundation of the Carolinas is the old Belk department store, which is a cool historic building in itself.
And then just so everyone knows, this building is in Fourth Ward. It's in the local district right here.
Okay. This drawing shows we've got a lot of the existing section as we analyze it of the building, and essentially there's also something happening here. We've stepped it back from the street, but we're also going to maintain the existing parapets that happen at least on the two sides and the front of the building, and partially around the back, except for where the stair hits it, which is an attempt to keep that quote unquote roof line parapet as it stands today, that I think really defines this building with the way the parapet has the clay coping with these pieces that jump up all the way back. It's important to maintain that, to maintain I guess, the wholeness of the building as it is now. This is a real attempt to try to make sure we are not changing the existing building, although we are putting an addition on top, so that automatically changes it. But we're trying to hold all of those pieces back from interfering with what that parapet and we'll call it roof line was. And that's what a lot of this section is trying to show. And these are just details of the existing, or these are the new windows, but how we are going to match the existing conditions within the brick. We've had a couple of brick people out there. We're already trying to find the exact brick match. We've had some that are pretty close. We would match the existing mortar. Windows we would have made to match both the material and the glazing is, well, at least we probably have to bring it up to code, but you know, in other words, the transparency of the glazing too, we would match that for these new back pieces. Is that it?
Yep.
Okay. Do you want to add anything?
Just wait for
questions.
For questions, I'm sure we're gonna have plenty.
I did want to point out before we got into callers, there is an agenda supplement. The first 2 pages is a resolution of the Historic Landmarks Commission in support of the project. I believe there's a representative from Landmarks as a caller waiting to speak. And then there are a couple of adjacent property owners' letters in support on slide 38, on slide 40, and then on slide 42. And then Don sent in, this was an applicant provided letter from DCA about some tenant issue. Tenant issues don't apply to historic districts, but it's, you know, an acknowledgement that that issue's been worked out. Now we have some callers. Our unknown caller has left. So I'm going to start with Tommy. Tommy's with Landmarks. Hi, Tommy. Are you able to turn on your video?
I am. Just give me a second, please.
Okay.
We can reduce that if you want to make sense. Well, I thought I turned on the video. We seem to have some issues here as far as turning on the video, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it looks like it's trying to be on. Do you have a slider at the top of your computer that opens and closes? The camera?
No, nothing on like that.
This is Stuart Gray. I can
You want to try
pop
to go
on too.
Yeah.
And see
Hey,
if I can,
Stuart. You guys
will
might
pop
want
on
to
to
turn
see-
down. We're getting a little bit of feedback. You might want to turn down your volume. Computer volume.
How
Not
about
your
now?
not your microphone volume.
How about now though?
Much better. Well, welcome Tommy and Stuart. If you would both, please state your name. And Tommy, if you'd spell your last name for the court reporter, and if you would both give your addresses.
I'll start. This is Stuart Gray, STEWART, GRAY. And my address, is it all right to give, we're representing the Landmarks Commission, give our commercial address?
Yes, yes.
Okay, 2100 Randolph Road, Charlotte, North Carolina.
And this is Tommy Warlick, WARLICK, also with the staff of Historic Landmarks and also the same address.
Feel free to make your comments.
Well, thank you so much for having us. And I think that the resolution that is in front of you expresses the desire of the Landmarks Commission, which we represent, to see the project completed as a designated historic landmark. It's a very important cultural resource for the city of Charlotte. And as the years have gone on, this property has been designated since for decades, put it like that. I believe its importance is one of the older brick commercial retail buildings, not only in Dilworth, but in the city of Charlotte itself has only increased. We're glad that we've got property. I'm glad that we've got a party that is working so diligently to try to find a preservation solution for the building. And I believe that this may be, without sounding dramatic, this may be the last and best hope for saving the Leeper Wyatt store. That's all I have to say. And again, I think the resolution states it very well.
Thank you. Anything to add, Tommy?
I think, the only thing I would add to it would be just to remind the commissioners of the fact that even though this the store was associated with the mill and lies outside of the Dilworth district, it continued to serve the Dilworth neighborhood for decades as a grocery store after the mill closed in the early 1930s. So although it was not physically within what is now considered to be the district, it was an integral part of the fabric of that community for 50 plus years. And the fact that it now has the opportunity to move within that district is really appropriate and significant, and a nice cap for the life of this building.
Thanks, Tommy. Thanks, Stuart. Next we have Mike Poplin. Mike, are you with us? Hi, Mike. Are you able to turn on your camera?
Bear with me just a sec. I'm having some issues with my camera.
Okay. We'll let you get started with your remarks. If you would state your name, spell your last name, and your address for the court reporter, please.
Yeah, of course. My name is Mike Poplin, and my address is 1820 Kilbourne Drive, and that's 28205.
Thanks.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for having me. I just wanted to add a few points. I'm representing the Streetcar Association. We are directly adjacent to this property. We're a collection of commercial condos. A few of the things mentioned, I'm kind of going to start back with HDC 4, 5, and 6. I think it starts on page 11. One of the first concerns, if you're looking at page 11, relates to the massing as it pertains to this landmark building with additions. Obviously, the new building will have a much greater mass than without the additions. The massing will no longer relate to the massing of the adjacent historical buildings. Obviously, from a real world perspective, it will change so much that the view will be blocked from the adjacent buildings. Our own businesses, as well as the single family homes in the neighborhood, will be affected. Sticking with HDC 4, 5, and 6, the next concern would be the height. Obviously, when you add onto the top of a building, it's going to get higher. But the concern we have is how that is going to affect, as it pertains to the Zoutwell survey on page 15, the 360-degree range of visibility. It's going to make it the tallest building. I want to drive that point home, and how it's going to be not the same having a rooftop terrace as the steeple of a church. Those are not the same. Continuing on in HDC 4, 5, and 6, with the materials, I know there was some mention of iron and glass, and hopefully mostly glass, but as that pertains to a historic landmark building in this neighborhood, it doesn't fit in. I'm not sure what kind of historical value will remain in that building once it's been so altered. It won't meet the materials guidelines that are in the historic standards. Lastly, the context, the other three we mentioned, or I mentioned, but the context of this new construction is basically, it's going to be bursting over this historic building, and it will be so shocking to see from the other historic buildings located adjacent. Worth noting, the images that are on HGC 8, there were several buildings. I know I'm kind of going ahead, but some of those buildings, let's see, the ones that were shown for context, and I think most of them were from the UK and Pennsylvania, and then not actual in the historic districts. Yeah. So the context really should be about what's right for Dilworth and the other historical buildings that are adjacent. I don't think that Dilworth is the same as the UK, Pennsylvania, as nice as they are. But I do want to just end this with, you know, the spirit is not the same as the context. And as historic property owners ourselves, we do support the idea of preservation, but not at the expense of losing the history of the building. Thank you for the time to speak. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mike. We also have Kathy. Kathy, have you called in about 1823 Cleveland Avenue? Hi, Kathy. Can you let us know which application you're calling in about? Okay. Is Andrew still online? I think he left. Andrew's not online anymore. Okay. Stu? You mean Stuart, Candace?
Christy, I'm not sure. It just shows up as Stu on my end.
Oh, Stu. Is this Stuart Gray? Feel free to speak up. Okay. Well, back to you. Yes? Stu? Okay. Over to you.
All right. Thank you to the applicants for your presentation. Very noble cause, what you're doing as one commissioner. I really appreciate you guys, you know, trying to preserve some of Charlotte. I don't think it's an exaggeration as the Historic Landmarks Commission staff mentioned. It's hard to find things that have been around for a long time here in Charlotte. And so that's why we're here to try to help with that in our districts. So thank you guys for what you're doing. I do appreciate the precedence images and that you did find an example in a historic district of the addition that you're proposing. We'll probably talk more about the context of that in the district that you are adding that on. Just curious if you guys would be willing to do, oh, I'm so sorry.
Where would you like me to sit? Stand back here. Where would you like me to sit?
Grab my seat or stand, whatever you like.
Okay.
You sit with me, that's what's.
Thank you.
Hey, Christy, I don't think your mic was on, was it?
I'm sorry. Have a seat. Will you please state your name and address?
Yes, my name is Jack Fenelon, and I live at the 400 block of East Worthington Avenue, which is very close to this proposed development.
And if you would state your, did you spell your last name for the court?
It's F like in Frank, E-N-L-O-N, Fenelon.
Thank you. Okay, feel free to make your remarks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think so. You've been sworn in, right? You've been here for a while.
No, I haven't been sworn in. No.
Oh, you didn't raise your hand in all the times we did it? Okay.
I thought it was individual.
Swear him in, please.
All right, please raise your right hand and respond I do to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
I want to preserve the historic character of the Dilworth neighborhood. So the question is a building in South End, an historic building in South End, does it meet the same standards as a building in the historic district of Dilworth? What I'd like to do is to address the concerns that relate to HDC standards. Massing is one. Is the proposed building with its rear end and top view additions compatible with the size of the lot and compatible with the adjacent historic buildings near the lot? Materials. Are the materials of the rear and rooftop additions compatible with materials on the rest of the building and compatible with the materials of adjacent historic buildings in Dilworth? And third and finally, parking. Will the size and location of the building on a limited site and next to the former Bonterra, now Leluya, I'm saying that right, Leluya restaurant, will the size and location have and the near the building have an effect on parking and the lack of screening for parking? Because if it's built on the parking lot of the former Bonterra restaurant, that leaves 4 parking spaces off the street. And they're wanting 8 parking spaces, that's 6 or 8 parking spaces on the street.
Excuse me, I hate to interrupt, but unfortunately, we don't have jurisdiction over parking.
Okay.
So if you could potentially keep your comments constrained to the standards of our HDC,
Okay.
that would be.
Okay. Let's see what else. I think in view of what I've said about massing, materials, and somewhat about parking, this relocation and addition that's proposed should not be authorized. And I want to thank you for your attention and your action on my concerns. And copies of what I've said are available to you if you would like them. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we want to allow the applicants to respond to any of the comments offered by anyone who spoke for or against the project?
I think that would be appropriate.
Okay. Oh. Yes.
I gotta figure out what. I mean, I can kind of speak a little bit about massing and what's going on over there. You know, I think this building, square footage wise, is it's at least 40% smaller than the church next door. It's also, I think, the height of the building that you put on down the street, it is lower than the steeple of the church for sure. And then there is precedent for a taller building kind of on the same block right there. And one of the things that the neighbors kind of stressed to me is one of their favorite things about this building is we have the last kind of corner of the historic district, and we have 2 30-story buildings going across the street. So it really is a great step down to the neighborhood. And so that's kind of something that keeps getting stressed over and over to me as a big plus for what we're doing. But go ahead, you have more.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said, but some of it is also about the context. I do think that from the streetscape, as you see the base of the building from the existing pictures, there's something a lot different from the drawings that you're looking at here. If you were to go back to the very beginning and look at the scale of that building as you're standing in front of it off of South Boulevard. Here, to the far left. I mean, it has a kind of a petite scale for a commercial building. And, a lot of that has to do, I mean, it has a vertical motion to the building in general. It's not very wide. And we are maintaining that from where we are putting it on the street. They're looking at the drawings and seeing that there's obviously going to be a question about materials, the glass, the steel, but the feel of that building as you're on Cleveland Avenue will feel very much like the building that you're seeing in the picture behind me. And I think that the massing argument here, in my opinion, I think it meets those requirements, but we'll say it that way. And again, even with the materials, I think that as it faces the street as a commercial building, we're maintaining the materials that are there today. I do agree with Jeff a lot. I think that, right now we have the church building on the side. With the addition, it is higher than the roof of that church building, but I could even argue that the church building is, as most churches are, they have sort of a terminus, or they're usually a focus within a neighborhood. And this church actually, I don't believe is that at all. I don't think it was ever necessarily meant to be. Usually it would be, like a terminus of a road. It would be emphasized very greatly. This church does not have that quality. I don't believe that it ever did. And I think that church, with the scale of it, does sort of match a commercial property. You don't stand at the street and see the spire on top of the church. You sort of feel the church directly at you, and now we're aligning another building directly at it. And I think that when it comes to the argument of the buffer to the existing Dilworth neighborhood, this is, it feels like a great addition on that side, because right now the buffer is technically a parking lot, which is an open space. And there is development, whether it can be considered or not, that's happening up on South Boulevard, which is very large. It's not the same. And I do believe that this neighborhood benefits from that buffer. Anything to add? And that's it.
No, is there any other?
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, commissioners.
I'm really sorry. We've had some additional people enter, and I just want to make sure I'm not making
Okay.
any more mistakes
All right.
that they don't want to talk. Chris, are you here to talk on this case? I thought you might be. Why don't you come on up? And here, have a seat right here. We got a microphone all set up for you.
Got you right there.
And
I've been here for a while. You can
sworn in. If you could swear him in.
Thank you.
Are you?
You need to be sworn? Yep.
417? Okay. Oh, the one that's next. Okay, great. Okay.
All right. Please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Chris, if you would state your name, your address for the court reporter, please, and then you may get started.
My name is Christopher Hudson. I currently live outside the district. Used to be a Dilworth resident for quite some time. Currently 2038 Nolan Park Lane in Charlotte. I'm not professing to be a Myers Park resident. So my concerns are, as this project pushes into the residential character of Dilworth, which it does, and I want to go on record as supporting the project. I think it's a terrific concept and a badly needed way to preserve the Leeper Wyatt store. So I wanted to proceed to make my comments on the assumption that the commission and indeed any further consideration would approve the project, but this also needs to be considered in the context of commercial development as it presses deeper into Dilworth and what that dividing line looks like. My concern is context of what is becoming what is clearly a commercial parcel and will remain commercial, but as it bulks up and becomes more and more of a commercial Cleveland, that is Cleveland Avenue, becomes more and more of a commercial corridor. It becomes the new boundary of Dilworth. And I don't think any of us want to see a Cleveland Avenue that looks like South Boulevard. I heard a comment just a minute ago from one of the proponents of this project that there was a project over on South Boulevard that is quite a bit more massive, and we know that this is not South Boulevard. Cleveland Avenue will not become South Boulevard, and the effort by the commission ought to be to ensure that it does not. I have concern about the context in terms of massing materials and the use of the solarium and the lighting on the top of the building as well as around it, such that that lighting doesn't become such an infringement on the residential uses around the project that the project and the residential uses become secondary and become damaged. I use the term damaged advisedly because this project is allowed to become a bright beacon in the night, counter to the interests of those who are continuing to live in the immediate neighborhood on Cleveland as well as on Worthington Avenue. So that would be the extent of my comments. I think it's a great project. Needs to be the commission really needs to be focused long term on that boundary of Dilworth and the commercial boundary of Dilworth as it encroaches further and further from the west to the east along Cleveland Avenue. Thanks very much.
Thank you, sir. I think we're done now.
All right.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone, for your comments. Commissioners, any questions and comments for the applicants? Commissioner Wojcik?
So I was hoping that you would address the light, because especially at nighttime, I mean, we already kind of have, light pollution, but just because you're so close to houses, and I'm assuming that the hours of operation for this facility, even though we don't know what it's going to be, would create, I mean, the building, the historic building itself has minimal glass. But the upstairs element, which I love the glass because I think it minimizes the impact of the addition on the overall historic structure, but that lighting would be potentially irritating and disruptive to people around them.
Yeah, I can speak to that a little bit. If you've one, I would say we keep talking about residential, and we do not have any pure strictly residential like adjacent to that building, and it's actually sandwiched between the restaurant and the streetcar station.
Okay.
And then across the street, we do have the Rainers that live across the street. They have their office in there as well. And unfortunately, he couldn't be here today. He was in a trial, but they were originally trying to move the building onto one of their lots. So that kind of is one piece of it. Another piece is The tree canopy over there is pretty amazing and quite taller than our building as well. If you've ever been over there at night, it actually it is covered by trees and pretty well shadowed and shaded, but it's pretty well blocked. So
And when it comes to the lighting, I know that there's no, I mean, it would be, well, I don't know what the hours would be that you would talk about.
we don't even know what we're
We don't
using.
even necessarily know what the use is. But I think that some of the ways that we're dealing with what we think are the massing and using the material also set some of those areas back from, sort of light spilling out. You've also got the buffer of the church. You would have to be pretty far on the other side of the church to be able to kind of see over the top of it to get even a view of that glass area. And when it comes to the rear side itself, it's partially blocked by the stair as well. We know that most of the use would happen towards the front, but
Most of the glare would be in the 30-story apartment complex across the street looking down.
that may be something. That's not, we can't consider that, but
Yeah.
there's no, and really surrounding it to the left side, opposite of the church, there's an easement of an alleyway, and then there's another really large parking lot, which gets you to the next building. So I don't anticipate light pollution being an issue here, but those are things to consider about how it would stay away from probably that being a problem.
The addition, and you did provide a perspective view. I forget which slide that is.
Like a 3D?
So that's what I was going to. I think this does capture the fact that the addition sits back, and I think seeing it in 2D, sometimes it looks really stark to people and they have a reaction. But I'm curious if you would be willing to provide some kind of 3D rendering and that could better capture the fact that there's glass and that the addition might not be as harsh as hard lines on a paper.
We could.
I'd want to piggyback on that and and I was going to make the same comment Commissioner Hawkins did, and I'm glad she made that. I'd further want to see how this looks like from the 3/4 view. So like looking down the street at sort of the side and front profile of this building. Just because we know, from front on, the addition may be blocked by some of the existing building, but from that side, I mean, we are fairly open with parking lots and some spaces between buildings on the side. So I think that would be beneficial to.
Yeah, like that right view that you're pointing at. I mean, if you're standing up, what can
Right.
what can you see?
But maybe, I think what Commissioner Barth was asking for is maybe from the other.
Okay.
side, like the parking lot
Yeah.
side, right? I guess so it'd be like this, but it's kind of oblique view. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a fairly high profile lot, and I think there are some advantages given the fact that there are some commercial properties surrounding this. And again, we can't speak to usage and, I mean, we get into lighting a little bit, but that is one of my concerns about having the glass part on the top. I think it's a fantastic way to minimizing the visual impact of an addition, especially towards the top. We've seen that with the Dilworth Vet Hospital as well, a modern addition that sort of fades to the beyond with a transparent application. But anyway, that's all I have to add. Thanks.
Commissioner Wojcik?
I have one more question on the addition for the stairs. I can't really tell on the drawings. Is it in plane on the left-hand elevation, or is there some sort of offset between the addition and the existing structure? It looks like it's on plane.
It is, you're asking, is that wall on plane? Yes,
Yes.
it is on plane all the way across.
Would you consider offsetting it?
Yes, we could put some sort of joint to try to minimize the length of that wall all the way back. Sure.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Walker?
Hey, thank you. Yeah, I just had a question. It's kind of a clarification. If you could go to page 11. Okay.
Is this the one you want?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, my heights are looking different. On the rear left height elevation is 27.6. I think it's on the, is that on the top? Yeah, no, that's 39. Okay, wait a minute.
Section is on here. Let's go to slide 12, maybe.
Great.
I think I see what she's saying. There's a 31 mark on 31.4, which is kind of showing the front. If you go to the next, it appears to be different. 25.8. We're actually measuring it from the very bottom.
From the
Never
very,
mind. It's right. It's just measuring from two different spots, I think.
okay.
So, yeah, I just wanted to make sure I understood whether the height of the rear left elevation was 27.6, but then on page 12, it said 25.6. And I'm just looking at my notes, so I'm kind of struggling to,
Oh, I see what you're looking at right here. 27.6.
Versus the, what's it?
This is the existing, right?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
existing.
and then on 12, I think it says, it shows 25.6.
See that?
I'm not sure.
Top right? 25.6.
Yeah,
The front of the building and the back of the building are different heights. It slopes currently. Is that-
And I know it's stepping down at that point. So I see what you're saying, 27.6 versus, so the 27.6, the two parapets stick up on the side. And so we're measuring from basically the roof line on the 25. And then it has basically around a 2-foot jump up on the sides for the parapet. I don't know if we have an image of the back, but you can see how the parapet doesn't continue around the back. It just gets cut off like the top of a football goal. So those are where those two different measurements are coming from, I believe.
Or do you have them where the 25 should be in the back and the 27 in the front where you're measuring? the
No,
carpet?
no. So I'm not really sure how to, if this were the roof and the side parapet it's coming up like that and you're looking at the back of where that gutter line is, there's a measurement from the top of the parapet, what you're seeing in one drawing, and there's a measurement from the gutter line that you're seeing in another. And that's approximately that 2-foot difference. Unless I'm thinking of it wrong, you guys are kind of all looking at me like I'm crazy.
I get you. The parapet sticking up on the
That's right.
sides, in the side elevation, it's measuring to the parapet,
Yeah.
sorry.
Okay.
Parapet on the back elevation, it's measuring to the roof, which
Got it.
fits below the
Yeah.
parapet.
So it's
Thanks.
here, I can point it out. There to there.
Yeah.
It would have been much clearer if we showed the brick go up.
Right
beside
here,
that parapet.
here's where that parapet is.
Yeah,
And then here's the one above it. So that's, this line here is the same as this line here.
Right.
And then this line here is at the front of the building. Yeah. Okay. Good question.
any other question? Commissioner Whitlock?
So I'll make a comment. So, yep. First, I think I really appreciate what you're doing with regards to the existing part of the building and restoring that and really you talking about doing that right. Being a Charlotte native and having memories of visiting my great aunt over in Dilworth, I just didn't see it moved and opened up as a little store and the church be the church. So, but I like, I'd like to go back to those times. I hate seeing all our buildings taken away. So this, I think the offsetting modernization you're doing is somewhat offset with the restoration and just the fact that we're saving this building. And it seems like you know, as for this commissioner, I see this as a real win-win.
Commissioner Wojcik?
So I was wondering if we could just compare this building with the one that we approved that Christie added to the Zatwell. So this appears to be very petite in comparison to the building that was put behind that condominium. And I'm doing that just from my visual, but I feel like this building is smaller, wider, not as deep and not as tall.
I haven't delved into anything beyond height,
Yeah.
but it is definitely shorter.
Yeah.
It does appear to be much narrower. 'Cause
Yeah.
even this is a large 3-bay with the additional kind of bump out on the side. And I do, just eyeballing it, it looks absolutely narrower, but I have not done that math, but I can certainly research that for next time.
I think the word petite is a perfect description for it in comparison to a lot of commercial elements that are already present around that space. So I just wanted to point that out because I know that that other building was approved rather recently. And so I thought that might be in the commissioner's memory a little bit, just from a reference standpoint.
Okay. Commissioner Taylor?
So you spoke to a lot of my concerns in your presentation, so you answered a lot of questions. I think my largest concern with this is what you spoke to about the defining character of this existing building is that parapet or that step parapet. And so my concern is that you lose some of that, or maybe this plan is not portraying, it's not as obvious in that elevation that you just had up there of the step parapet. I understand you have the glass set back, but in that view, it may just be a graphic challenge in that view that you kind of lose that on the existing building loses that on the proposed elevation. And then the addition doesn't really address what that original or existing roof spoke to with just the shed standing seam. It just doesn't seem like there's any recognition to of the addition of what the old building was on the roof structure. I don't know if there's something there that can be looked at or something that can kind of give homage to what it was.
Yeah, I think part of it may just be the presentation of the drawing at this point, but I think one of the strengths of the sort of glass and steel structure on top is the big juxtaposition between those two things. And I think it is going to stand out probably a lot more, which is something maybe a 3D could show better, even color. So, you know, the change in material, obviously we have to keep that area up there pretty flat. And I think that if we were trying to mimic any of that with the addition too, it would almost take away from its signature. I don't know how else to say that. And the fact that it is stepped in also will help with that. So those are my thoughts on a bit of a rebuttal to whether it really is allowing it to be that.
I just want to say that I think it's important for the record that we not compare this building to the one that we just approved. We say time and time again that we do not compare our newer buildings to newer buildings. We compare them to historic buildings. And so there were a number of reasons why that building was approved, and it was based on historic buildings in the area. And, you know, we went back and forth quite frequently about the fact that this is at the edge of the district, that we have larger buildings outside, just, you know, within the context of it. And so I think for the record, it's really important for us to pay attention to the historic buildings and why this would fit within that context as opposed to the newer ones.
I totally agree. I was just, in my mind, I know that proportion and massing is something that's perception thing. And so I just thought it would help, but not because I was saying that it was approved and it was this, I just thought it might help you.
And
guys.
I get that. But when we're talking to people who don't do what we do every day, I think we don't want to we don't want to confuse them. We want this, if it is approved, to stand on, to be approved based on the way we approve new buildings based on our standards.
So,
Commissioner Taylor?
sorry, one more question. The equipment enclosure, is that for the mechanical? Is that where the mechanical system is going to go, or?
Yes, so there will likely be, the compressors and things like that would have to happen within some sort of enclosure back there. We don't know what that is yet, so we're not sure how to enclose it. We assume that when the use of the building comes into play and we go for permits on that, we'll be sitting here with you again to,
Wasn't that already approved?
I don't think
The dumpster surround was in that
On the-
piece,
on
but,
the other
but
side.
not
Right
the,
here.
not the proposed equipment enclosure, and that's, yeah, that would be for walk-in that
This
maybe
right
goes down the basement, or haven't figured that out yet, but yeah.
This right here, but
That's- That has been approved.
this has been
Yeah,
approved
that
right
is
here,
Yes.
right? But this has not, yeah.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicants?
Actually, there was a couple of staff analysis questions on the site. I'm trying to find that. Can you put those up there? There you go. Yeah. So if you could y'all address those site-related questions?
Think Don, I don't want to speak for you, but I think you mentioned A already.
There is, we're trying to match there's an existing old set of stairs that go up to that parking lot now. We have to rebuild it. So we're going to try to recreate that, and that's sort of what we show there now. The reason that we have to rebuild it is when they move the building, they're going to remove all of that grade and essentially kind of drive the building in and then fill in around it. So all that has to be pulled out.
And they're crumbling anyway. I mean, you can't
Yeah,
really
they're
use them
not
yet.
in, so, I think at one point we talked about, can we just take them out, pull them to the side and try to put them back? It's not gonna work, but the answer is yes, we're trying to mimic that. They're just concrete steps now, and I think on the site plan, we showed them as concrete. And then the planting strip between the new paving and building foundation.
So,
I'm not sure what that necessarily.
yeah, I'm glad to point that out. So right here, is this a planting strip here, or is this a sidewalk?
I believe that's planting strip. There will be something in front of that door. I don't know why it's not showing up here, but.
So that was just the question, is this a planting strip? And if it is, just label it as such, because the commission has the requirement that there's planting strip around.
Okay.
There's not concrete up against the. historic-
Clarify, okay. Was there another question on it? That was in the equipment enclosure was what?
And then
was
the
asked to me.
question about the brick and mortar color on the addition.
So we've gone back and forth. We put I think in that submittal, we have a brick that would matches it pretty close to a T, but until you get a series of them together, you're never quite sure how that's going to work out. So we obviously can get the mortar color. We can get the mortar shape exactly the same, but we will, what we think is we can use the brick that we specified, and if it doesn't exactly match, we can dye and fade it probably just to get it right. But we certainly don't have enough for anything that's coming off the building to make that whole stair tower, but that's what I know on the brick.
Okay, thank you.
All right, other questions for the applicant? All right, we'll close for deliberation.
I have to say that this is a beautiful building. And what they're doing with the addition is, I think, spectacular. Having said that, I don't know how we use our standards to justify it because we're trying to continue being consistent in the way we apply them. And so there's no precedent for it here in this area. And, I'm saying it, I see faces, so I'm saying it out loud so you all can say something else. And it does make it larger. I think Commissioner Barth's point about what we were able to accomplish with the Animal Medical Hospital on East Boulevard is great. When you have glass, it kind of disappears, and that's the point of that. But outside of looking at new construction, how do we say yes to the addition and apply our standards consistently? Yes.
I don't have an answer to that question, but I also have questions along that same vein. So my concern that I struggle with, and I think this building is beautiful as much as everyone else does, is the guidelines that we have about roof forms, and that we're not supposed to increase the roof height. The roof height is not, increasing the roof height is not appropriate for most historic structures. And the other one is, this is a flat roof building, and another guideline says we're supposed to preserve the original roof shape. So those two issues concern me. And then the other one I'm struggling with is the Secretary of Interior Standards #1 that says a property shall be used for its historical purpose or be placed on a new use that requires minimal change to the defining characteristics of the building and its site and environment. And I'm not sure that I feel like this conforms to that. So I guess I just have a problem trying to figure out how we can,
Commissioner Taylor said it. It's like the parapet. I mean, it's a defining characteristic of the building. So how do we change that and still adhere to our standards? I'd love to find a way. I just don't know.
The other question I would have is, would after all of the transformation to this building, would it be considered still a contributing structure? I know that's not a question that can be answered here, but I look at that and wonder, does that building still stand as a contributing structure after the transformation?
So our purview is not contributing and non-contributing, as I will remind the commission. We are level of significance. Contributing, non-contributing is a National Register term. Our term is level of significance. So a building 50 years old or older, what its use was, what its architect was, what its architecture is, social, cultural history. I don't think that's a relevant question, since that's not something we can consider. And I would encourage the commission to look at all of the Secretary of the Interior standards, including 9 and 10, in their deliberation and review.
Commissioner Lineberger? Oh, Commissioner Wojcik?
I think that everybody brings up good points, but I definitely think these are design elements that the applicants can address for us. And they've already discussed a few things that they would be willing to help with the massing or the overall height, the overall perception of the side of the building and some different things like that, and that they would bring back some perspective. So though from a guideline standpoint, I see all of the things that you are all saying, but I do think that they're willing and capable of bringing that information to us.
I am looking at the Secretary of Interior Standards numbers 9 and 10, and before Chris even said that, the spirit of Jessica Hyndman was here. saying, oh my gosh, you guys, don't you get it? And so just to read it, number 10 out loud, because I don't know if number 9 really applies. 10, new additions and adjacent or new construction shall be undertaken in such a manner that if removed in the future, the essential form and integrity of the historic property and its environment would be unimpaired. So I don't know that that this application has answered that for me just yet, but it would be helpful if it did.
So in my opinion, as one commissioner, I think the applicants have presented, this addition in such a way that, the strong language and characteristic of this roof form is defined by the parapet. And by stepping in the addition or the solarium, they're maintaining that hard line. The materiality of the addition is light to the touch, fades away. Granted, I'd love to see if they'd be open to it looking at this at night as well. But, it's were that addition on top to be removed, that general form from 3 sides of this building is pretty heavily maintained.
Commissioner Barth, you said you'd love to see what? I missed that.
Again, with the perspectives, looking down the street in the 3/4 view, one at night might be worth looking into. I don't know if that's something that we can ask for. It's only money, right? So if the applicants feel that they are worth pursuing that, I don't know that that's something that we can necessarily ask for, but we can use our imagination too. So
My imagination isn't as great as yours.
I agree 100% that I think I feel very strongly about the parapets and the way they are right now, but I feel very strongly that one, this design is, or this elevation is not portraying what it would actually show up like in real life. I still have concerns about it, but it's completely accomplishable. It just needs some tweaking or some cleaning up. I struggle a little bit with the stairwell roof. It doesn't do a lot for me. There's no nod to what the parapet roof was. So, but I think it's all very doable.
I really struggled with this application, reviewing it. I definitely second Commissioner Parati and Commissioner Walker's concerns. When I look at this in two dimensions. It's one, I just really, really appreciate saving this historic structure. As I've always been very excited about the possibility of moving it to the other location that was initially proposed. But I don't know if this was presented to us as a new structure in this same context, and I think it's precedent setting for us as a commission. And I'm not sure I can find the guidelines to justify it or the standards. I think that we would be a little bit more specific about the context of exactly where this is going if this was a new building proposed for this site. When I look at the height, I do think the perspectives that were suggested would be fabulous because I think it would really give a perspective looking from Worthington, because that height of the church and the steeple is on the front of the building. That is on the front elevation. So from Worthington, this 3-story stair tower that does, go beyond the glass. I mean, that's going to be a significant height overshadowing the church, the rest of the church adjacent to it. So it's been challenging for me to get totally on board with it.
Christy, Will you help direct us? Like what are outside of Secretary of Interior Standards 9 and 10?
So this isn't, I am just staff. I would argue this is not precedent setting because this is a project of its own nature. It is the relocation of a historic building, which is totally different than new construction, which is what we told the previous applicant for this, who said, you know, okay, if I don't get this approved, I can just build this, right? And we're like, no, you would have to come back with a completely new project for new construction. And the reason you were even considering it is because it was a collaborative effort with Historic Landmarks in moving a historic structure. So I think this can be viewed at a very unique lens that cannot really be applied elsewhere in our districts. So I do believe that gives you some flexibility. I think you should definitely look at the Secretary of Interior standards. And I know from my travels and my experience working with historic buildings that this is a common thing done on historic commercial structures in communities throughout the United States. And if I were you, maybe you could ask the applicant, hey, why don't you reach out to your friends at SHPO? Do you have any examples of tax credit projects where the National Park Service has allowed something like this? Help us help you, right? And give us some examples of how this has worked and what it looks like once it's constructed.
Yeah, because it also does, along with Jessica Hyman, feel like Brett Sturm is over
Right.
here somewhere
Right? Yeah.
saying, you guys, don't you get it? So it would be helpful to help those of us like me who don't get it just yet to get it.
I think, you know, I think you guys are absolutely having a great conversation, right? You're bringing up all these different points, all these different perspectives, which is what you're here to do. So I really applaud you with this discussion you've had. But I do ask that maybe we do like some sort of motion.
Yes.
Okay.
Do we have a motion? I can't make one. Or I will. Oh, Commissioner Barr?
I could make a motion. I might need some help with some standards because I haven't exactly been following along as I should have been. I would like to make a motion to continue this application for the following reasons. And they are, well, I'm just going to go ahead. I can read from staff notes. This is pretty helpful. Massing and complexity form 7.7, height and width 7.8, directional expressions 7.10, roof form and materials 7.12, materials 7.16. That's really it for me. And then I would like to add that expanding upon these sections I reference, would request that the applicant restudy the massing as it relates to the surrounding context in the form of perspective renderings or massing models to help the commission and the general public understand how this building sits in its general context, including 3/4 view elevations from the street view along Cleveland as well as Worthington, should it be applicable. Also request that the applicant reference Secretary of Interior Standards, numbers 9 and 10, as well as seek other examples within the broader range of national district, reaching out to SHPO for historic precedents of similar projects that have been done using the same techniques that they're using here. And I believe that's it. I think that we need to study those things before we get into more of the details that we've been talking about, such as site, trim, windows, and that sort of thing.
Sorry. Commissioner Wojcik mentioned something really early on in discussion about the offset of the rear stair addition. Did you mention that?
So, yeah.
And-
So I know on additions, typically, we will allow a coplanar addition if it's inset on one side. This being brick, I mean, the applicants did express that they were gonna match the brick pretty closely. But maintaining that historic corner, I think they'd be open to it as well. So, maybe request them to restudying the addition's impact on the historic corner of the original building.
Commissioner Wojcik, is that what you had in mind?
Is exactly what I had in mind.
Do we need to include anything about additions? 7.17?
I will accept your friendly amendment.
Thank you.
7.17 for additions.
And I may have missed it, but Commissioner Taylor mentioned the roof form on the rear brick addition.
I think I did reference roof forms, but I don't think I expanded upon that. Yes. Asking that the applicant revisit the roof form on the stairwell addition so that it relates back to the historic structure.
7.12.
7.12.
All right, we've got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Barth. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Whitlock. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, let's vote. Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Motion to continue passes 10-0.
Okay, thank you. I've made Commissioner Parati wait a very long time for cake. Would you
did.
like to get some cake?
I would love some cake.
Thank you, gentlemen.
A little 5-minute cake
You
break?
can have some cake if you would like to.
Do
5-minute cake break and
Thank
then
you for
we'll
having
be
a
back.
birthday, Commissioner.
we need to make a call about remaining cases?
What?
We need to make a call about remaining cases.
Yeah, I think so. We need to do that too. I think we'll come back with number 11. Before everyone disperses, Commissioner Barth was very wise. How many more of the cases are we going to get to tonight? One more, number 11? Okay. Just as an announcement for anyone joining us in the audience here or in the audience online, the chair has announced that the commission will hear through case number 11, which is 1141 Leganor Place tonight. The remaining 3 cases, number 12, 13, and 14, will be placed on the beginning of the November agenda unless otherwise requested by the applicants. And I will be in touch with all the applicants tomorrow about any not heard and continued cases. So, time for break, and we will be back with case number 11. Angie, are you with us? Fran, are you planning to speak? And if so, have you been sworn in?
I can't hear you.
Hold on. My mic was off. Sorry. Hi, Angie.
Yeah.
Welcome back. And then Fran, welcome. Are you planning to speak? And if so, have you been sworn in?
I have been sworn in, yes, and my husband is also on the call.
Oh, okay. Has he been sworn in and is he planning to speak?
Yes, I've been sworn in.
Excellent. Okay, thank you both, Fran and James. I'll start off and then turn it over to Angie. Again, this is the last case that we're hearing this evening. Cases number 12, 13, and 14 will be heard at the beginning of the November agenda unless requested otherwise. This is an application. The commission will recall that Angie came to a workshop a few months ago, specifically about the changes to the garage door on the front. The scope is expanded to include the reconfiguration of an existing addition, reconfiguration and expansion of an existing addition on the right side, right elevation and the rear. You can see the roof plan here on slide 9, showing the existing and the proposed. And then the changes to the existing garage door and then the new proposed garage door. So those are the two main parts of the project. Angie, I will turn it over to you. I can start on the pictures on slide 7. If you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please. And then Fran and James, if you would also state your names and your addresses for the court reporter.
Excuse me, Christy, before we go there, just wanted to let the record show that Commissioner Jill Walker recused from this case and has left the meeting.
Great. Okay. Thank you for the update. Okay. Angie, back to you.
Wonderful. Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28208. And then Jim and Fran.
Sure. Jim McDermott, 1147 Linganore in Charlotte, 28203.
And Fran McDermott, 1147 Linganore in Charlotte, 28203.
Angie, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. As Christy said, we came before the commission, actually was with the previous owner, but came before the commission for a non-binding review regarding the front door or the front garage door and a rear patio door. And with this particular project, we decided to change the scope a little bit and not phase the project as we had originally intended, but to go all in. And so what you have before you is a colonial cottage style home built in the 50s. It has a very unique front facing garage that is original to the house. While the garage door we don't believe is original, but we're looking to revise the front door, and we're looking to do a style that can be staff approved. You know, what we have graphically drawn is garage doors that have been approved in the district and are within the design standards, although we're gonna hone in really on a defined garage door if we can work with staff on the particulars of that. On the front elevation, one thing that we do want to do is there is a storm door, Christy. So if you can go back to the slide that you had, which was slide 7, there is a storm door, but it opens in the opposite direction of what we need. So we're going to re-swing the storm door. It doesn't change anything, but it is just a note. So you'll note it on the drawings. It's just a rehinging of that. On the rear, there is, and there was an addition on the back. We are not certain of the date, but there is a sunroom that was added to the back of the house. And in the back, you'll see non-traditional plate glass windows. There's non-divided light, but they're very large. They were renovated at some point in time. And the addition that we're planning to do would be to the rear of the home. There is a large window in the middle of the center of the house that we had discussed replacing that with doors that lead out to a patio. So we're still looking to replace those windows with a sliding door. Again, at this point, a manufacturer hasn't been selected yet, but we can work with staff on the particulars of that sliding door. So the project itself, as a phase 1, phase 2, now is just a single phase, was to do an addition to remove the 3 dormers that are on the side, the right side of the house, and to replace them because upstairs this house has literally like 5-foot hallways that you have to bend your head to get into a bedroom upstairs. And so we're looking to do an expansion on the 2nd floor. The stairs are original, so there was a small attic that had been converted into bedrooms. So the addition is going to be adding a main cross gable on the right side, and then doing shed dormers on either side of that. So Christy, if I can get you to slide, slide 13. So slide 13, you could see there's 3 dormers. They're just little pocket dormers on the 2nd floor. But by doing an addition to the rear, it allows us an opportunity to do some dormers. Again, based on the design standards, we're looking to do an addition to the back and to the side that is not an impact that changes the front elevation. And I know graphically it looks like it does. And that's without any vegetation up the hill, but it is a smaller addition and does not impact the front right side elevation. The rear addition is not coplanar with, I know there was a note on the staff analysis, the rear and all the additions step in, and I'll go over that and specifically in plan. So there is a brick foundation, a brick water table, because we do want to continue the brick. It is a unique looking brick. It's kind of a painted flaked brick. So we're looking to probably match that as possible, but we're only doing it at foundation level. The walls do step in just because it's stud to stud, not stud to brick. And then on the 2nd floor, right above your cursor, Christy, that dormer that is there actually steps in. So the dormers that are on either side of the gable are not coplanar. They do step back from each other. I'm going to ask you to go to the rear elevation, if you will, slide 12, I think it is, slide 12. So you can see that the dormers that were there before were just a little bit lower than the main ridge of the house. And we are keeping that same offset. So the shed dormers that are there, the new shed dormers and the gable dormer that we're adding to the side. The one change that we're doing is internally in the inside courtyard, there is another shed dormer that we're adding that's going to be slightly visible from the front. And that is only because it does allow us to have some headroom up there. Right now, those walls are at 5 feet at best internally. And you can see that in the dotted lines that are right at your cursor, Christy. You can see the go vertical, left and right of the windows. Yeah, those dotted lines right there, that is only at a 5-foot plate height internally. And so in order for us to get a little bit of head height, staying over the main body of the house. So the front, I'm sorry, go back to the front elevation, which I believe is slide 10. So slide 10, so you'll see that there is just slightly to the rear of the property, there's a little bit of the shed dormer that you're going to see, but it is below the ridge of the main house. And so we know that that is going to stick up a little bit, but there's no other way to gain any volume up there without having a slight visibility. One thing that this, again, does not indicate is what the grade elevation is from the street up, and you do slope up quite a bit. And you see that in the rear of the property. One thing that we talked about with the owners is that we are not going to use any attic space that's above the main living room because that is going to be a vaulted ceiling. So there's no attic space above there so that we couldn't encroach into the floor area of the living space. So therefore, all the dormers are side loaded to the right and to the rear. The materials are wood lap siding. And again, they are not coplanar with the walls below. The roof material, I know there was a question in the staff analysis about a 212 or 2.512 pitch being asphalt shingle. And as long as it is properly ice and snow guard, we can do it. If we find that there is a change, we could slightly change the pitch, probably by a quarter of a degree, if you will, to gain a little bit more of a slope. So that was one of the questions. And then a wood trim, it would match existing. So there's existing wood trim on there, but on the rear of the property, you could see that, or rear of the house, you could see around the sunroom that there is wood. So we're going to try to match as close as possible. It'll probably wind up being 4 or 5 inch trim around the corner boards and the windows. The tree, there was a question in distance from the tree to, so if you can go to the site plan, Christy, which is slide 9, we have actually got an exact placement of the tree. So from the existing, and I'm only looking at existing plans, if you can zoom in on the left side of slide 9, the patio itself of the, not the proposed, the existing. Sorry, thank you. Okay, so from the existing back wall of the kitchen to the patio is 16 feet 7 inches to there. And then the tree itself is 26 feet 5 inches. And the largest tree is 4 foot in diameter. And the smaller tree is 2 foot 6 in diameter. And so there's plenty of buffer. The trees are actually further back on the plan than what we have. So we did confirm the exact tree location. So there's no impact to the tree, and we will provide a tree protection for any addition. So with the addition, the tree will be 28 feet from the addition on the back, so which aligns approximately where the patio is now. So we didn't want to go too far back. There's also a grade change. So Christy, if you can go to the photos of the rear, slide 7. So there is quite a, you can see the 2 large trees, but there is quite a grade change as it comes down. So we'll have to work closely with in protecting that grade and protecting the tree base that's there. But you can see a little bit, there's a little lounge chair that's in the bottom left-hand corner. You can see where the lounge chair is. Yeah, the addition wouldn't go any further than that at that point. So we talked about the distance, the brick patio currently. I'm not sure what the base is of the existing brick patio, if it's sand based or cement based. But we can absolutely verify that and get back with staff on any flat work that we would do landscaping wise. Let's see, let me just make sure I've got everything. Expansion of the dormers, cross gables, not raising the ridge, re-swing the door. That's it, I think. So unless Jim and Fran have any other comments to make.
Angie, I would just say I appreciate you going through all the details, and thanks for the time in front of the commission. Fran and I are obviously the new owners here, but we've been in Charlotte for over 20 years. Really excited about this street and all the varied architecture that's already on the street. And we think that this is a real unique property, especially from the front, and we're excited about keeping it that way. And so that's the only thing I wanted to add.
All right. Anybody on to speak for or against this application?
No callers? And no one in the audience.
Okay.
We're the last, but not the least.
Absolutely not the least.
No.
All right, any questions for the applicant? Don't get tired yet. We can do it.
You got 8 minutes. No, I'm only kidding.
Well, in that case, if there are no questions, let's go ahead and close for deliberation. Do we have a motion? Not yet? Okay. So this application is seemingly broken out in two parts. I think that's the way that it was submitted. And so the first one were fenestration changes. You've got front elevation and rear elevation items. The garage, we know that the applicant could work with staff to provide those specifications on the new garage door. Top portion of the door and windows, okay, that's good there. They can work with staff. Rear elevation, the former door opening on the rear elevation is changed to a window. The bottom infilled and will be restored to operable doors. So that's a restoration, which I think they could work with staff on too. All right, so then that gets us to part two, the addition. What do you guys think about the addition, removing the dormers, adding the shed roof plus dormers for the addition? Any concerns, discussion on that? Commissioner Barth?
My only real concern is complexity of roof form. It is on the side of the house. This house is pretty far set back from the road, but I think it is kind of visible from the road. That's really my only issue.
Okay. I had that as a small question mark. Commissioner Wojcik?
I completely agree with Commissioner Barth.
Okay.
Also, I agree. It's 6.20, number 6.
Okay. 6.2, number 6.
I think if I can expand, sorry, I'm like thinking as I go. For me, I mean, we have some gabled dormers. We have an overall shed we have dormers on dormers. We have a gable, a cross gable going on. I mean, there's just a lot. On top of that, we went from 3 individual dormers interrupted by a roof plane to another second story wall plane that goes almost the entire length of the left side of the house. So this house is becoming a 2-story house essentially on the, right-hand side. It's becoming a 2-story house on the right side. So I have a bit of an issue with that. Anyway, I'll let other people talk.
Okay. So it sounds like potentially some simplification might be recommended. Any other comments from the other commissioners? Any other concerns? Is there anything directionally that we could tell the applicant about the right side of the house, or are we thinking it just needs to be restudied?
I would say, and from my perspective, it's sort of, it's the things I mentioned. It's very complex compared to, the general form of the existing house is very simple. We have three, I guess, roof forms going on with the, these dormers, I guess likely could have been additions, but even so, they're minimal elements on the grand scheme of the main roof overall. So my request back to the applicant, if it were to be me making the motion, would be, let's look at potentially, since this, at least from my view, this could be viewed from the street. It is fairly visible. Look at maybe simplifying that right-hand side elevation and incorporating less number of architectural and roof elements along that side.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Barr. Commissioner Taylor?
I mean, it's changed drastically on the right side, but it's still a story and a half. I mean, it's not, it's stepped back. So I just want to be clear on that. It's a lot bigger, it's not three little pocket dormers anymore, but it's not a two-story structure yet. So I just want to be clear on that. But I would agree that, I think just cleaning it up a little bit, simplifying it a little bit.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Parati, it seems like you had something.
Yeah, it's my opinion that we should break this up as we have in the past into two different motions.
Okay. All right. Any other comments before we revisit this breaking up into motions?
Yeah, I'm curious as to Commissioner Parati's, what two motions are you proposing?
Part one versus part two. I think part one, the changes are, I think that I would approve the changes. Part two, I would continue.
So you're saying the fenestration changes of part one shouldn't be sent to staff?
I'm saying that I would approve part one.
Oh,
I
you
would not
would.
approve
Oh.
part two. I would continue part
I
two.
misheard that
I
too.
misheard
thought
you.
said
Yeah,
wouldn't.
I said sorry, it's because my mouth is getting tired. Part one, I would approve.
Okay.
Part two, I would continue.
Okay, gotcha.
Sounds like a start.
Yeah.
Fair, Commissioner Parati?
All right, so two motions, I'll take the first. For part one, I would approve the changes in the fenestration changes and make sure that, let's see here. The materials that are being used on the garage door are HDC compliant materials and can be approved by staff, worked out by staff, as well as the no, that's the end of that. According to, I need a standard. Let's see here.
Roof forms?
No, I'm looking, this is part one. Yeah. So fenestration, 6.15.
And just to be clear, we're just talking about the garage door, correct?
I'm also good with the rear elevation as well.
Okay.
Unless anyone else has an issue with that, I think that that is easily approvable.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Parati, seconded by Commissioner Taylor. Any discussion on the motion? On part one motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Part 1 passes 9-0. Part 2, do we have a motion for part 2 of the application? This is for the addition.
I guess I can. Sorry, could you catch that?
That's a good question. On the site plan, it's back to the tree in the back. There's only one tree shown, but there was one picture that showed two trees. Is one, oh, there it is. I'm sorry.
Kind of
Never mind.
intermingled.
Yes, they were
Yeah.
intermingled. Sorry, Angie. It's a drawing thing.
And when it's small and far away, it looks like one tree. Yeah.
We good? All right.
Chris, are you looking for roof form?
Yes.
6.13.
Okay. And that's roof form. And I know we're gonna want to see a tree protection plan. I guess can that be staff or do we need that for commission review?
I mean, if you're continuing it,
Okay.
yeah.
Do we have what's the tree?
8.5.
8.5. Okay.
We also referenced 6.2, number 1 and number 6 for additions.
6.2. Sorry.
Attempt to locate the addition on the rear. Elevation says minimally visible from the street. I think you mentioned that.
6.2.
6.20.
Oh,
Sorry,
20.
I'm sorry.
It's like, what? All right. For the second part of this case, I'd like to make a motion to continue this application, requesting that the applicant restudy the second story addition as it applies to roof form 6.13, asking that the applicant provide a minor analysis to simplify the addition roof to be more in keeping with the simplicity of the existing historic home, as well as 6.20 is number 1 and 6. And also request to see a tree protection plan for the 2 existing trees toward the rear of the lot for design standards 8.5.
All right. We have a motion by Commissioner Barth for part 2. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion on the motion? All right, seeing none, hearing none, let's vote. Commissioner Wheat,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Hawkins, yes. Motion to continue part 2 of the application passes 9-0. Thank you. Have a good night.
Angie.
Okay. All right.
Better not give it cake before the last.
Yeah, that might not have been the best idea.
We have reached the end of the agenda. Is there any further business to discuss? If no, this meeting is adjourned at 7:05 p.m. On my birthday.
Thanks, everyone. And
Thanks,
happy birthday
everyone.
again, Michelle.
Bye-bye.